Good evening. The January 27th meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Wynn. Here. Councilmember Nusma. Here. Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin.
Here.
Councilmember Ravel.
Here.
Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Heracariz.
Here.
Mayor Biss. Oh, sorry, you're coming. Mayor Biss, you're on my list,
Here.
sorry. Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Is there any virtual participation that requires approval this evening, clerk? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is my public announcements and proclamations. I just have one. I wanted to share that we lost an iconic Evanstonian, Joyce Piven, passed recently, the co-founder of the Piven Theater Workshop and a mainstay in the Chicagoland and in particular Evanston theatrical scene for many, many decades, passed at the age of 94, and I know that she's in many of our thoughts. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Good evening, Mayor. No comments from me tonight.
The next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
No communications.
The next item on the agenda is public comment. I have exciting news for those of you who like procedural variation in public comment. Our timer is broken, so I know. Listen, we look for variety where we can find it, and we find it in the brokenness of our timer. So I'll be using a phone, which is going to be a whole thing, but I will do my best. There is a robust public comment this evening. About 45 folks have signed up to speak, and so we will have 1 minute per speaker. We'll begin as always with those who signed up on these two pieces of paper to speak in person, beginning with Bonnie Wilson, who'll be followed by LeSean Brown, and then Pat Mulhern.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bonnie Wilson. Tonight, I want to acknowledge Joyce Piven, who passed away last week. Joyce was a living legacy here in Evanston. For over 50 years, the Piven Theater Workshop has affected generations of students, artists, teachers, and community members through the teaching of theater, games, and story theater. As their website says, the mission of Piven Theater Workshop is to encourage a process of creative exploration that celebrates each unique voice through an ensemble-based, community-oriented approach to theater training and performance. Byrne and Joyce Piven created something unique that is well known around the world. This is a loss to our community. We have lost Joyce, but we still have the legacy of the Piven Theater, which continues to have classes for children and adults and young adults, and even does corporate training. Plus, we have started the Joyce Piven Memorial Fund to support Joyce's legacy. You can go to the Piven Theater website for more information. I just want to say I have a personal story to tell about the Piven Theater.
Thank you very much.
Not only on their board, I was not only on the board for many years, but my son Mark and wife Leslie met at the Young People's Company, which is a high school theater for students, and their son Jacob also joined the Young People's Company. I hope soon to place a street sign in honor of Byrne and Joyce Piven at the Noyes Culture Arts Center at 927 Noyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Learning as I go here, so I will do my best to hold the very sort of quiet beep next to the microphone, and we're going to learn together. The next speaker is LeSean Brown, who's followed by Pat Mulhern, and then Steve Test.
Hello, Council. How you doing? My name is LeSean. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like for a mandatory noise ordinance violation check to be included in the Evanston tenant screening process. The primary purpose is to determine if a prospective tenant is suitable for rental, apartments, or houses or owned property based on their past rental or owned property behaviors. This process will help determine unqualified applicants immediately. These screenings will be valuable in assisting landlord management companies, real estate agency, private owners to identify applicants who violate the property noise ordinance that has been proven with verifiable proof of evidence, such as recordings from the property management. These screenings must adhere to Illinois' fair housing laws, which prevent discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, including gender identity or sexual orientation, family status, disability, and age. I would like to say, I have been a resident of Evanston since 2021, and I love this community. I also work in the health industry, and it's very important that we all have our at least 8 hours of sleep at nighttime, because I feel like the community that I work for, that they deserve the best version of LeSean when I walk into the office and when I am participating in programs. Unfortunately, I have not been able to get those hours. And so, I know due to time, I can no longer speak, but I would like to talk to you all about this at the next meeting, because I have more information that I would like to discuss. Thank you so much, and everybody have a safe and blessed night.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do going forward is, because I think this beeping is not going to work, I'm simply going to give a verbal 15-second warning so that folks aren't surprised by the end of time, and then I'll give a verbal announcement that the time has elapsed. The next speaker is Pat Mulhern, who will be followed by Steve Test, and then Dar Darman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Envision Evanston 2045 is the most important idea to come to this council, maybe in all of your tenure. It's the beginning of a roadmap that's going to affect 75,000 residents and possibly every piece of property underneath all 75,000 residents. To the 10 of you have a chance to get the draft right of Envision Evanston this weekend. Several of our neighbors spent the entire weekend going through the draft, and we'll leave a copy for you. But these stickies represent unanswered or unverified or unqualified statements within the plan. The town deserves better than this, and all 9 wards deserve to have their voices heard on Envision Evanston. So one last comment. People are asking, where did this come from? Who wrote it?
15 seconds.
Who approved this before it came out on Thanksgiving night, I believe it was, or election night possibly? People want to know the answers to that, and there's nothing in the appendix that states that, and there's no referential documents about how the process has gone. So I'd ask you to think about not hiring the consultant you're approaching tonight until the document's ready to be redrafted. There's a lot of work left to be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Test, who will be followed by Dar Darman, and then Eric Passett.
Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. Neighbor of Pat's, and I was one of the neighbors who went through the draft Envision Evanston 2045 comprehensive plan, because the zoning part had so many egregious errors that we decided we better go through the comprehensive plan. And it is what did I say? It's a dreadful document. I could talk to you for 30 minutes about the deficiencies in just the first chapter. But obviously we don't have time to do that in these kinds of meetings. So I am calling on you to suggest that the city council, mayor, and city staff pause the work on the draft comprehensive plan portion of Envision Evanston 2045, and conduct a community outreach similar to the outreach undertaken before the drafting of the plan. That was me. See, there we go. So I suggest that you have outreach sessions, slow down, take a month or two to do outreach sessions around the community, allow us to ask questions, make suggestions, and get you good information for when you make the next draft. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dar Darman, who will be followed by Eric Passett, and then Paula Scholl.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Daniel Derman, also from the 1200 block of Hinman. I'm going to add my voice to my neighbors about Envision Evanston and the asking the council to consider due consideration and time to make sure that the document is ready for approval. I myself had no idea that the city council was ready to make a decision that would impact me and my neighbors for the next 20 years. Also, ask you to consider that we, in the future, when we think about this, that we take all the members of the Evanston community by Evanston to have input into this as well. I had no idea that rezoning was going to occur that would affect my particular neighborhood, my housing, my equity, and investment in that. Would like the city council to take its time to make sure that all the residents are incorporated in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Passett, who will be followed by Paula Scholl and then Lynn Sciarra.
Hi, I'm Eric Passett, the owner of North Shore Apartments and Condos. I'm here to speak opposing the healthy building ordinance. And as I spoke last time when I was here, I think some of the unintended consequences, we all, this whole city council is about, not saying the whole about, but one of the major things is affordable housing. Well, if we just forget about the cost on the owner. So if you're transferring the cost, right now the owner pays for the heat, and let's say 80% or 90% of the buildings, vintage buildings in Evanston. Well, once this ordinance takes effect, and I know it's not until 2050, when that takes in effect, that $125 a month that the landlord now pays will go on to the burden of the tenant. So that's one of the unintended consequences of
15
this ordinance.
seconds.
The other one is the value of the building for the owner. Until we actually have to do this, our buildings are now worth less. Plus, the cost of us to do this is going to be huge, and
Thank
we're
you
going to
very
have
much.
to pass that along to the tenants. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Scholl, who will be followed by Lynn Sciarra and then Joel Freeman.
Paula Scholl, 9th Ward, Building Electrification Working Group Chair. 2 weeks ago, we heard from architects, mechanical engineers, and city staff that the Healthy Buildings Ordinance involves feasible technology and allows buildings 25 years to fully comply, during which time many will need to replace equipment anyway, and they'll have the flexibility to pursue alternate pathways. We've recently had requests to delay passage until after interim standards and alternative pathways are quantified, but there have been 44 public engagement opportunities to date, and the whole point of the HBO is to enable expert public bodies to do this detailed rulemaking in open meetings with opportunities for public comment and with input from the real estate community and all those affected. And City Council will have the chance to amend the ordinance in response to the work of these bodies. So please do not hold passage of this Healthy Buildings Ordinance so that these public bodies can begin their work in public in
15
an
seconds.
open, public, equity-focused manner with the necessary structure that an ordinance of this type would provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lynn Sciarra, followed by Joel Freeman and then Marty Cleves.
Hi, Len Sciarra, 3003 Park Place, 6th Ward. I was going to talk about feasibility and sort of address some of those comments that Pat had, but in light of the letter that you guys all received from a bunch of stakeholders, I wanted to address the four sort of main points there. Point one was delay. And as Paula said, we've already met with many of the stakeholders, and the whole purpose of this legislation is to allow them to collaborate. Point two was develop a working group. Again, the whole point of the legislation is to develop a working group in a public setting, public meetings, an open process, not behind closed doors. Three, the financial impact. We picked the 500 largest buildings because they're emitting the most of the emissions. We've crafted this, again within the legislation, so each building has its
15
own
seconds.
target. And the fourth point, flexible. Again, the legislation is crafted so it's very flexible. Each building is going to have its own sort of pathway to zero emissions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joel Freeman, who will be followed by Marty Cleves and then Jack Darren.
Good evening. My name is Joel Freeman. I'm in the 7th Ward. Just a couple of more reminders regarding the HBO. First, when concerns are expressed about the adequacy of our electrical grid, it's helpful to remember that we already have a grid that meets the peak air conditioning in the summer. The transition to more efficient electric heat has a long way to go before it surpasses the air conditioning needs that our grid already has. ComEd has been upgrading the local grid ever since its inception. We've built more houses, we've built more buildings, we've built taller buildings. ComEd always provides what is needed. So supporting new electrical needs is nothing new. The second quick point is in the last few years,
15 seconds.
More financial incentives of various kinds have been rolled out and are available. These are from the federal government, the state of Illinois, ComEd, and other utilities, and they help promote many of the changes the HBO is intended to drive forward. So when we do our homework and we work with those who can help, we can make this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marty Cleves, who will be followed by Jack Darren and then Jessica Miller.
Hi, my name's Marty Cleves. I'm a volunteer board member with the Citizens Utility Board, which supports the Healthy Building Ordinance. I'm here today to raise the economic argument in favor of the ordinance. Gas does not come cheap. Earlier this month, Nicor Gas requested a historically bad rate hike of $308.6 million, which would increase the typical Chicago area residential customer's bill by $7.50 a month. This is the fifth significant rate hike Nicor has requested since 2017. It would cause hardship for customers while helping Nicor rake in an outrageous profit of 10.35%. Who gets that these days? We all need to keep our houses warm. One of the long-term goals of the ordinance is to encourage the moves from expensive gas to cleaner, more affordable energy alternatives. Let's remember that no one owns the sun and the wind, at least yet. Please don't delay the vote. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Darren, who will be followed by Jessica Miller and then Michael Drennan.
Good evening, Council. My name's Jack Darren. I'm a resident of the 9th Ward, and I'm also the Illinois Director for Sierra Club. And I'm particularly proud tonight because tonight's a night when Evanston gets to do what we do best, which is to lead with bold solutions on the big issues of our time. With the Healthy Building Ordinance, tonight is the night to lead. Tonight's the night because this is a product of not only working with national and state experts in building policy, but members of our community. And it's time to do the right thing for renters and for our health and our homes. And most importantly, we are entering an era where leadership on climate is going to come from communities like Evanston. So I urge you to vote yes tonight on the Healthy Buildings Ordinance and do the right thing for Evanston and for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jessica Miller, who will be followed by Michael Drennan and then Ryan Wilmington.
Hello, Jessica Miller, 2nd Ward resident, policy director at IMT and member of the Building Electrification Working Group here in support of not holding on the HBO. At the last meeting, I talked about the expert stakeholders that provided feedback to the model that served as the foundation for the HBO. Kara's team intentionally chose a structure that prioritizes flexibility and puts decision-making power in the hands of building owners who know their buildings best. It is not prescriptive. A policy without good compliance is a failed policy, and no one involved wants that result. I assure you the intention is to work with local stakeholders to develop standards that are both achievable and protect vulnerable residents from cost pass-throughs. This bill is a starting gun, and we should not delay beginning this important work. By adopting the HBO today, after a particularly bleak month in climate news, Evanston will show the rest of the country that our cities can and will continue to lead the way. Thank you for that leadership.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Drennan, who will be followed by Ryan Wilmington and then Dan Skirmerhorn.
Hello, I'm Michael Drennan. I'm a lifelong resident of Evanston. I got to train with Joyce Piven. As the organizer of the 2018 Celebrate Sanctuary program, informing and empowering houses of worship to comply with the emissions benchmarking ordinance, I support the Healthy Buildings Ordinance with urgency. Houses of worship need the time to start now. Engaging their congregation, aligning long-term development and endowment goals, and broadening their contractor base. Pass this bill. Lend your leadership so they can lend theirs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ryan Wilmington, who will be followed by Dan Skirmerhorn and then T. Manning.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Wilmington, and I'm here representing Illinois Green Alliance. We're a member-based nonprofit that represents architects, engineers, real estate developers, and other experts from across the building sector. Our members work at multinational organizations with thousands of employees or local small businesses with 1 to 10 members. The common thread between our members is the same reason I'm here today, because we all believe that sustainability and efficiency is the future of the industry, and we need policy that supports it. And for that reason, we believe that Evanston needs to adopt the Healthy Buildings Ordinance without delay. The ordinance will put Evanston on track to meet its climate goals, protect resident health, and reduce energy use. And we strongly urge the city to pass it. And we know it's viable because our members, the experts in the industry,
15 seconds.
are already adopting the technologies and building practices that this ordinance encourages. Efficient buildings are simply more healthy, more affordable, and more resilient. And there's a reason that the leaders in the building industry are already doing this work.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Skirmerhorn, who will be followed by T. Manning and then John Kozlowski.
My name is Dan Skirmerhorn. I'm with Skirmerhorn & Company. We manage apartment buildings in Evanston. And I have a minute, so we're going to do this quick. The requirements of the Healthy Building Ordinance are currently unachievable with the current technology for our vintage buildings. That's number one. The cost to try to achieve the objectives of the ordinance would cost about $25 million for the properties that we manage, or about 25% of the value of the portfolio. If passed, affordable housing will be a myth, since in addition to the tenants having to take over the cost of heat in their electric bill, they'll also see about a $415 a month increase in their rent to cover the cost of this work to convert the buildings. The title sounds good, but the devil is always in the details. And details confirm that this is the devilish proposal for all of Evanston.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is T. Manning, who will be followed by John Kozlowski and then Gracie Ninmer.
Thank you very much. I'm T. Manning. I'm a green affordable housing developer. I serve on the advisory board of the Green Homes Evanston program. I'm a resident of the 2nd Ward. My experience developing green affordable housing has been that while there is a modest cost associated with it, it is possible to dramatically reduce utility costs for tenants. The buildings that my company rehabbed are between 25 and 45% more energy efficient than before we rehabbed them. We spent $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 per building, single families and 2 flats. Cumulatively in the last 10, 11, 12 years, those properties, now that they're more energy efficient, have saved the tenants approximately $40,000 to $45,000. So there's a powerful reason to adopt the HBO, apart from climate change, which is something that we don't even need to talk about because we all get it. Thank you very much. Please go forward with the ordinance.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kozlowski, who will be followed by Gracie Ninmer and then Ruth Debono.
Hello, this is John Kozlowski with Chicagoland Apartment Association. Housing affordability has been a consistent theme before this council, and it is an important issue to our members. We have shared our concerns that the current version of the Healthy Building Ordinance, with its potential for extensive retrofits, will put upward pressure on rents and make it even harder to maintain affordable housing. If members of this council share our concern for affordable housing, then we request that you postpone the adoption of this ordinance and allow for genuine stakeholder participation in its improvement. The latest draft does not address our concerns. Housing provider perspective is valuable, and including it will allow Evanston to avoid the unintended but predictable consequences of this current ordinance. It is important to remember that Evanston's clean environment goals do not have to come at the expense of housing affordability. It is also important to remember that including the rules up front in this process now at the adoption of this, at the enacting ordinance, does not actually change the timeline for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gracie Ninmer, who will be followed by Ruth Debono and then Julia Ferguson.
Hi, I'm Gracie Nimmer, and I'm a sophomore at Northwestern and a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. Last week, Donald Trump signed an executive order to pull the United States out of the Paris Agreement again. And having passed the consequential threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, the stakes could not be higher. The devastating impacts of this are felt from the LA wildfires to our very own neighborhoods here in Evanston. It has been 7 years since the 2018 net zero goal was established in the Climate Action Resilience Plan, and the climate crisis is only getting worse. It is well past time to move forward towards absolute zero, which is why we stand in support of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance as it is currently written and without delay. Thank you, council members.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ruth Debono, who will be followed by Julia Ferguson and then Camille Nichols.
Hi, my name is Ruth Debono. I'm a third-year undergraduate student at Northwestern and also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. In the face of natural disasters, as Gracie has discussed, and the uncertainty of future climate action in the United States, we cannot downplay the role that a $14 billion institution like Northwestern plays in the climate crisis, particularly here in Evanston. Their emissions have critical local impacts, with communities in historically redlined Fifth Ward experiencing higher levels of pollution, while many of the largest and most polluting buildings in Evanston are in the 1st and 7th wards where Northwestern's campus is located. We know that Northwestern has a historical and ongoing contentious relationship with its neighbors in Evanston, often one of exploitation and disregard for the greater community. And we also know that the climate crisis will not stop for bureaucracy or so institutions can better profit. This vote must not be delayed, and the HBO must be passed to create an equitable and healthy climate for all of us. Thank you, council members.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Julia Ferguson, who will be followed by Camille Nichols and then Kira Embler.
Hi, I'm Julia Ferguson. I'm a senior at Northwestern, also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. 2 weeks ago, Northwestern University sent a letter to Evanston's mayor and all 9 members of City Council expressing strong opposition to the HBO. In the letter, the university claims they are singularly targeted by the ordinance. Northwestern's buildings are the #1 source of direct greenhouse gas emissions in Evanston. The HBO's impact on Northwestern's energy use is not without justification. Given Northwestern's level of pollution, it would be inequitable if the energy ordinance didn't impact NU. The ordinance rightfully holds NU accountable for its disproportionate impact on Evanston's emissions, and by design ensures that the university and the city work together to meet long-term climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Camille Nichols, who will be followed by Kira Embler and then Tara Workman.
Good evening. I'm Camille Nichols, a third-year undergraduate student at Northwestern and also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. The university implies that the goals set forth by the HBO are unrealistic and financially infeasible. However, we have seen the university find money for other large projects, including a new stadium and several large campus renovations in the past year alone. In addition, the HBO's standards around building emissions have been known by the university for 6 years. In Evanston's 2018 Climate Action and Resilience Plan, Northwestern agreed to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 from a 2012 baseline. The new ordinance standards recognize the significant role that buildings play in emissions and are based on the 2018 plan, leading to increased energy efficiency, improved air quality, and lower long-term utility costs. The HBO is based on careful research that understands the important role that decarbonization plays in addressing the climate crisis and reducing greenhouse gas emissions.
15 seconds. Oh. Thank you very much.
Oh, please come out. Oh, no.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Embler, who will be followed by Tara Workman and then Anusha Kamar.
Hi, my name is Kira. I'm a student at Northwestern and a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. Northwestern's letter implies that decarbonizing by 2050 is unachievable, yet partner institutions such as Harvard and Yale have committed to zero total fossil fuel emissions in the same timeframe. NU celebrates the research of the Treenans Institute, which aims to accelerate the university's contributions to the world's sustainability and energy challenges, and it upholds an alleged commitment to decarbonization. The HBO is an important opportunity for Northwestern to make good on those commitments and show that their promises to climate change are not empty. More than that, this is an opportune moment for Northwestern to begin to invest into the Evanston community in a just and intentional way and support Evanston on their path towards climate resiliency, leading the way for other cities and universities around the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tara Workman, who will be followed by Anusha Kamar and then Bella Fil Strip.
Good evening. I'm Tara Workman, an undergraduate student at Northwestern and also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern. In the week following Trump's inauguration and what we know is coming in the weeks ahead, it is clear that local action to confront the climate crisis will be crucial to fill the gaps of the federal administration. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance provides the City of Evanston with an important opportunity to take action and positions Evanston as a leader nationwide. This ordinance not only requires large institutions like Northwestern to take accountability for their significant environmental harm, but also allows Evanston to receive a $10 million grant from the Department of Energy. With so much at stake for the climate and the City of Evanston as a whole, it is critical that Evanston takes this action and passes the HBO without delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Anusha Kamar, who will be followed by Bella Fil Strip and then Mary Rosinski.
Hi, my name is Anusha Kamar. I am a Northwestern student and also a member of the Evanston Environment Board and the last member of Fossil Free speaking today. If Northwestern refuses to support the HBO today, they are dragging their feet and losing money on a policy that will very quickly become the norm as energy transition speeds up. That's why the vote on the HBO today cannot be delayed. It would not only be a bad look for Northwestern's image as a global trailblazer, but also deeply consequential for its future students, investments, and the climate, showing that we are not serious about climate action, even though we as students and the Evanston community are. As we watch wildfires rage on the West Coast and continue to organize in our communities, we remain grateful to Evanston City staff and council for taking the bold and progressive action that this moment demands, and hope that Northwestern too will step up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bella Fil Strip, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Dave Davis.
Hi, my name is Bella Fil Strip, and I'm a junior at Northwestern University studying environmental policy and part of Run on Climate. I'm here today to thank you all for your work on the Healthy Building Ordinance and express my strong support for its passage. I've been involved in climate action since I was a middle schooler, not just because I'm passionate about it, but out of necessity. Because without a stable climate, me and my peers will not have a future. As a young person studying the climate crisis, I know how vital it is to take action now, and the HBO is exactly the type of legislation we need to be passing. It is smart, and it allows stakeholders the time to comply as well as gives them the resources they need to plan. We cannot delay this vote. The more we delay on climate action, the more myself and other young people will have to suffer for decades to come. Please pass this important policy tonight so we can move into implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Dave Davis and then Mike Myers. Did Ms. Rosinski have to leave? I saw her here quite recently. Yeah. Oh.
Now I have to say nice things about everybody. I apologize. I'm here to speak about the dog beach. The proposal that you have, I think, is combined two projects, an ADA access ramp and a boardwalk. However, I urge that you separate these projects and their costs. The dog beach needs an ADA access ramp to ensure that all residents have availability to the dog beach. The long boardwalk, on the other hand, is unnecessary, and according to many who would be forced to use it, is long and burdensome. What is missing from the memo regarding the dog beach is information from Cameron Davis, GEI Engineering, who is an environmental consulting firm and has met with staff to provide a second independent engineering proposal. Cam is vice president of his firm and is a longtime Evanston resident, MWRD commissioner, and a leading expert in resilience and infrastructure.
15 seconds.
I'll skip that. An independent evaluation is critical to ensure a project is done right, efficiently, and effectively with minimal impact on the environment. A ramp-only project would cost less and be completed sooner, meeting the needs of the community. So I encourage you to stop this project in front of you, get a ramp-only proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dave Davis, who will be followed by Mike Myers and then Ellie Shevik.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager Stowe. Thank you, first of all, for your leadership on sustainability in Evanston. The energy today has been amazing, and I just want to be clear. The university and our opponents to the currently draft legislation is not opposed to climate action at all. We're just opposed to a poorly drafted ordinance that needs more work, and we're here to work with you. And so we simply have 3 points. One, feasibility and costs. I think you've heard some of our coalition members talk about the feasibility, the process and governance. There's so many parts of it that still remains undefined. Even as recently as 3 hours ago, there was an ordinance, an amended ordinance that was released, and our members didn't get a chance to look at it until a few hours ago. So again, this rush process leads stakeholders
15
to believe
seconds.
that they haven't been involved in the process and been fully engaged. And we're just asking to work with the city staff, work with the city council, as well as the proponents of this ordinance to improve what you all currently have and do it in a way that
Thank you very
benefits
much.
city
The
of
next
Evanston
speaker
and the
is
economic
Mike Myers,
vitality
who will be
of Evanston.
followed by Ellie
Thank you, Mayor.
Shevik and then
Thank
Jack
you, city
Jordan.
council members.
Go. Mike Myers, head of the working group that reports to Parks and Rec for the Dog Beach. We want accessibility. We have 150 of our closest friends who signed a petition asking for accessibility that is short, direct, and inclusive. We don't have that plan right now. We think Cam Davis and his engineering firm, independent, local, can help us find the right solution. Spend a few $100 or whatever $1,000 to save hundreds of thousands of dollars. We want access to the beach. We want it as soon as possible. Let's get Cam to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ellie Shevik, who will be followed by Jack Jordan and then Jeff Smith.
Hi, I'm on Zoom. Is that okay?
Well, here we are. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to provide some clarification on the Mason Park change order item A7. The memo states to date, TESCA has performed engagement and concept design for this project. That work included 3 public meetings, 2 community polls, a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Board, a presentation to a second ward meeting, and several meetings with Evanston Township High School and numerous design iterations. I just wanted to be clear that TESCA has never met with our board. Stephanie Levine presented 3 general concept ideas designed by TESCA to our board on June 20th, 2024, about 7 months ago. We've had monthly meetings with CIP updates without any additional information on Mason Park other than they were conducting public outreach meetings. We met just on January 16th, and we were not briefed as a board on any details regarding this project or change order.
15 seconds. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Jordan, who will be followed by Jeff Smith and then Perry L. Davis.
Hello, Mayor Bass, council members. I'm Jack Jordan, Executive Director at Climate Action Evanston. I'm here in support of the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, which you all know is instrumental in getting to our CARP goals. I'm here that, we all know this is instrumental to our CARP goals, and we all know that the opponents want us to delay here, but there's 2 big reasons why you cannot delay. The first is the grant funding. We need this ordinance on the books to receive the $10+ million grant that we've been awarded from the Department of Energy. It's already uncertain due to the federal administration. Don't make it more uncertain. The second reason is the process. And this is really the big reason here when we've talked so much about process. The process is firm here. You all should be so proud of your staff. You should be so proud of the volunteers on the Environment Board and the Utilities Commission that unanimously approved this for you all to consider tonight. And it comes down to trust. Who do you all trust? Do you trust the gas utilities and the large property owners that want to keep avoiding their role in the climate crisis? Or do you trust your incredibly talented staff, all of the volunteers, all of the advocates we've heard from tonight? And if you choose to delay, we will know where that trust lies. And I hope it lies here with us who are committed to this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Perry L. Davis and then Frank Hill.
Good evening. In Evanston, you can't build a new unit or demolish one without a permit. So we have data that can tell us how many units have been constructed and demolished annually. Plus, we have multiple ways to determine that baseline. 2 months ago today, in FOIA request 24-3671, I requested that data because it's critical to figuring out the correlation between affordability and construction, etc. I haven't been given any documents. I've been told that there are no such reports and that data doesn't exist. If true, that's really, really sad. If it's not true, it's also really sad because I'm being stonewalled. But if it is true, then we need to stop work on the comprehensive plan immediately until we have anything like that, because otherwise we're trying to shoot a moon rocket from a moving skateboard. And we don't have a target, but we certainly aren't in a position to be making that kind of
15
launch.
seconds.
I ask for your help in getting me the data so that I can help you and all of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Perry L. Davis, who will be followed by Frank Hill and then Roger Williams.
Hello, my name is Perry L. Davis. I'm here to speak in favor, to critique Envision Evanston 2045 and to speak in favor of the Healthy Building Ordinance. I think climate change is real. We have to put our money where our mouths are, and it's going to cost money and it's going to be a transition, but that's the cost that it takes. I'll also say that I think that we should be making more long-term data-driven decisions. I'm here to advocate for us to take affordable housing seriously and take a data-driven approach. I understand that we have no statistics with regards to how many units we need, whether the people that need units are elderly folk or people with young families who need 2 or 3 bedrooms, nor do we know if these people make 90% less than the area median income or 40% less. We can't with a straight face try to say we're trying to address affordable housing if we don't know the basics of our problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Frank Hill, who will be followed by Roger Williams, and then Marie Kabia.
My name is Frank Hill. I'm a single-family homeowner in the 7th Ward, and I support the elimination of single-family zoning. Rezoning alone won't address our affordability crisis, which falls heavily on people of color. We must simultaneously pass ordinances to address affordability and retain the diversity we value. I propose the following changes to the IHO. Affordable units for privately funded developments be increased to 20%. Affordable units for publicly funded development be increased to 25 to 30%. The threshold for the IHO should be eliminated. Evanston prides itself on being a progressive community. To remain on the cutting edge of housing policy, we should eliminate single-family only zoning citywide and adopt parallel ordinances necessary to integrate a diversity of race and income throughout Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Roger Williams, who will be followed by Marie Kabia.
Hi, I'm Roger Williams, and I'm a realtor here in Evanston. My reason for standing before you today is propose 4 revisions or amendments to the new revised inclusive housing ordinance you intend to vote on. The following are the 4 revisions I recommend. The IHO should require 20% affordable units in all privately funded new developments. The IHO should require 25 to 30 affordable units in all publicly funded new developments. Affordable units should not be limited to developments with 7 or more units, but should apply to all multi-unit developments, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and condos. Owner-occupied renovations and owner-occupied new multi-unit developments should be exempt from the IHO. I believe these revisions will promote and contribute to more affordable housing in Evanston, work against the displacement of lower and moderate income Evanston residents, and support the stated goals of Envision Evanston 2045.
15 seconds.
Please consider these ideas in your discussion.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marie Kabia.
Hi, I'm Dr. Marie Kabia. I'm part of Illinois Clinicians for Climate Action, and I'm an Evanston parent, and a very pissed off one. So, when my daughter was in 3rd grade, I went to pick her up from school, and she was wearing her pigtails, and she told me after the IPCC report that the world was going to end in 10 years. That really got me going because the kids know that this is a ticking time bomb, and as adults, we feel like we have all the time in the world. As a doctor, we know the health effects of air pollutants coming from gas, and we know that that can look like a grandmother who's on multiple heart medications having an increased rate for MIs. We know that that can be a son who has an increased risk for going to the ER because they have asthma and are exposed to natural gas. Health disparities, of course, are also a big concern because those folks who live in smaller homes can be at increased risk for having more concentration of these air pollutants.
15 seconds.
So fortunately, Evanston has a choice. We can continue to build natural gas factories that increase air pollution and global warming. But I think it's clear that the timing for this was really yesterday. We already owe the kids so much in back pay.
Thank you very much.
And local action has never been more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to those who signed up online to speak in person.
Mayor?
Yep.
I had signed up to speak in person online.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's where you're going to. I apologize.
Yeah, you just said it more clearly than I did, so thank you. So the online signups to speak here in person begin with Carl Kettler, followed by Nate Kipnis, and then Tom Cullerton.
Council, Mayor, I wanted to speak against passing the Healthy Building Ordinance as it is currently laid out in the timeline. I am an owner of a 6-unit building, which I've owned for 37 years. I know that my building is not included at the 20,000 square foot level, but I did some back of the envelope calculations based on current technology, and I understand that the intent of this is that we set goals and work towards those goals, but at current numbers, an average tenant in my building currently pays about $62.50 per month for having heat in the building. And with current technology, that would jump to $400 per month per unit. So I understand that the goal is to look for alternative ways of doing this, but I think it's premature, and I think that we need more evidence-based engineering studies before we can have an ordinance passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nate Kipnis, who'll be followed by Tom Cullerton and then Billy Lynch.
Hi, Nate Kipnis. I live in the 1st Ward and I work in the 5th Ward. I was the American Institute of Architects National Co-Chair of the 2030 commitment. As of this year, 3.6 billion square feet of building area submitted to the commitment had an EUI of a 50% reduction. Many buildings submitted to the commitment are at 100% better than baseline. The certified passive house I designed at 1210 Maple, which is all electric, and is certified net zero, is actually 107% better than baseline. The HBO is exactly what is needed to do actually accomplish real carbon reductions. The goal of getting these large buildings to a 35% by 2035 and 50 by 2050 should not be difficult. These buildings will need to do periodic equipment updates, and those are opportunities to improve the building systems. Technology is consistently improving as well. The first LEED Platinum building I designed back in 2011 had a 50% reduction, which was a big deal. Now it's nothing. So in conclusion, the reasons for doing this are obvious. If one of the most progressive cities and one of the most progressive states can't do this, we're in big, big trouble. I strongly support
Thank you
the
very
HBO.
much. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tom Cullerton, who will be followed by Billy Lynch and then John Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor Biss and members of the City Council. My name is Tom Cullerton. I'm speaking on behalf of the Clean Energy Choice Coalition, a 501c6 that looks to enhance and make sure that the transition to clean energy is done fairly and equitably together. First, I just have a few questions. First, has the city put in charge of and come to quantify their own costs with this building ordinance? If not, this is another unfunded mandate. Have you done the same with the schools? Have you done the same with your building owners? There is no assessment of the costs that are coming forward. Secondly, the $10.7 million grant we keep talking about. If you saw the last executive order, most of the energy is now going to have to go through 4 more different processes to get this grant money. Are you willing to sue the federal government to make these changes occur? Third, is the city prepared for any lawsuits that will come forward, such as in Berkeley, California, which was lost, and New York? Finally, since I only have 15 seconds, this is an unfunded mandate on yourself. You have put forward this mandate to give yourselves, your schools, and your buildings something you don't know how to pay for. I would ask that you take more time to revise the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Billy Lynch, who will be followed by John Kennedy and then Murphy Monroe.
Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, members of City Council, My name is Billy Lynch, President IFF Local 742. Mr. Mayor, I'd ask for a little bit of leniency to offer this message a little bit longer than a minute. I'd appreciate that if I could. I'm here tonight on behalf of my membership to express my regret for the distraction Evanston firefighters have caused over the past week. I apologize for the time and energy all of you have taken away from other critical city initiatives to answer phone calls, respond to emails, and offer public statements. The work firefighters do should never become a distraction, and yet it has. For that, I am sorry. I have been doing this work long enough to know that the foundation of a successful labor management relationship starts with trust. Firefighters must trust that city management and decision makers will have their best interests in mind when prioritizing funding, equipment, and compensation. And the city must trust that we will do our job professionally while consistently upholding the high standards from the city, the fire department, and most importantly, our citizens and residents. Accountability to these standards first and foremost starts with me, and therefore any criticism, any questions, any doubts about trust in union firefighters should be directed to me. I take ownership of our reputation, and I promise you we will be better. With that said, and on that note, I want to set the record perfectly straight that we are not the racist, bigoted, sexist, uneducated fools as has been described and portrayed on blogs, forums, and social media. When someone calls 911, I want to offer firm confidence and reassurance that we will answer that call. We will fix problems no matter how big or small, and we will have no other consideration in mind other than to make someone's life better. We do not, nor will we ever, contemplate the level of care and service we will provide based upon someone's skin color, religious or gender identity, documented status, or any other personal identifier. Our oath, which we take very seriously, is simply to save lives and protect property. There are no contingencies, there are no asterisks on that oath. One snapshot of a moment in time inside a firehouse hardly encapsulates who we are or what we represent. In my 13th year on this job, and the firefighters whom I have the privilege to lead are some of the most talented, humble, and compassionate people you will ever meet. They are firefighters who have approached the bargaining table in good faith, agreeing to wage concessions and 0% raises to help the city weather financial storms. Firefighters who showed up to work in person day after day during a global public health crisis, making countless personal and family sacrifices to keep our city and residents safe. And firefighters who took a public relations scandal at our lakefront and changed that culture into a professional, accountable fire department operation. And most recently, we finished 2024 as the busiest year on the record for the fire department, running over 12,000 calls. That's the fire department that I know. As we all look to turn the page, Local 742 will remain accountable for ensuring trust is rebuilt and maintained with our city leadership and the residents we serve. This will not be accomplished through bickering and infighting on social media, but through actionable efforts to be present in our community, being comfortable enough to have honest dialogue while recognizing and respecting the many different perspectives and walks of life that underscore the diversity of Evanston. Firefighters trust this process, and we hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kennedy, who will be followed by Murphy Monroe and then Tina Payton.
I'm speaking about the dog beach. The objective of the ADA ramp is to get mobility challenged people, our residents, to the beach. The problem is none of the three proposals, the bulk of the money in the three proposals in front of you tonight, get to that objective. They all end up at the breakwater 3 feet or more above the sand level. That's why you have 75 feet worth of ramp. The shortest ramp is 45 feet. And right there on your document, in your packet, it's at 8.1% slope. If you do the math, that means it's 3.3 feet, 8 inches from the breakwater to the beach. We need another view. I truly support going to an outside firm and not look at these three proposals as the only thing in your bag. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Murphy Monroe, who will be followed by Tina Payton and then Sue Lolbach.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, City Manager Stowe. Apologies for my interruption earlier. My name is Murphy Monroe. I am on a City Commissioner for Aging and Disabilities, and I chair the city's Commission on ADA Accessibility. I'm also a resident of the Fifth Ward and a student of Joyce Piven. So this process of the Dog Beach has been going on for quite a while, all the while at the expense of our disabled community, who continues to not understand why there was a dog beach put up without access in the first place, and why the conversation around it is only led by several people, a handful of people, whose only interest is in spending less money on the dog beach and having less area of the beach taken up. We have had many meetings, public meetings about this, and have taken no public comment in our meetings. Every city commissioner for aging and disabilities and every member of the accessibility committee wants to see this passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tina Payton, who will be followed by Sue Lolbach and then Ray Friedman.
Good evening. I think it's interesting that we're talking about climate change and conserving energy, and the window right over here is open, letting the heat out into the cold air. Also, we need to be talking about the inspections. When you talk about what was proposed tonight for P1, the new proposal presented by Sarah Flax was not discussed with us at the meeting. Also, we should not be paying for inspections. I have Section 8 tenants and Catholic charity tenants. They do inspections on my building, and we don't pay for inspection. Also, Connections for the Homeless uses the city of Evanston to do their inspections.
15 seconds.
Does Connections pay the city of Evanston to do the inspection, or is it just me? So we have a lot of problems here. And I believe some of these issues, including Envision 2045, the comprehensive plan, and the healthy building ordinance, should be a referendum on our election in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sue Lolbach, who will be followed by Ray Friedman and then Jacqueline Mendoza.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sue Lolbach. I'm with Connections for the Homeless. And I just wanted to speak to how glad we are that the inclusionary housing ordinance is being updated. We feel that this ordinance is really creative and probably one of the strongest we've ever seen, and we're working with quite a few municipalities on these. I do think there's a couple of things that I would like to see considered. One is raising the number of units that are subject to the ordinance to 20%. We know that that's happening in Chicago and some other places. I did see in the packet tonight that there are recommendations that some additional work be done to look at potentially making units with, 2, 3, 4, 5 flats subject to this as well, or to find some other ways to do affordability. I think that's incredibly important.
15 seconds.
And am hoping that this inclusionary zoning ordinance, along with Envision Evanston, along with the strategic plan, can all sort of fit together as a suite of initiatives that will really make some change. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman, who will be followed by Jacqueline Mendoza.
Good evening, everyone. Ray Friedman, Second Ward. I'm extremely concerned that we keep on putting the cart before the horse. We keep on voting on a project or a plan before it's discussed completely by the residents. We need to have the data that shows what the voting members of this community have to say about Envision 2045, which should come up for a referendum in any case. Shouldn't be just voted after discussing for 2 or 3 months. On the plan that's going to last for 20 years, we keep on talking about with Land Commission. We talk about the zoning before we have a comprehensive plan.
15 seconds.
The Land Commission says we need a comprehensive plan first. So we're doing this backwards. I don't understand it. We really need to get more input from residents, and we need to have data to show what the residents feel before you go ahead and vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jacqueline Mendoza. Looks like Jacqueline Mendoza may not be here, in which case that concludes the in-person portion of this evening's public comment. We now move to the online commenters, who will be Michael Lohr, followed by Aaron Bornstein.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening. My name is Michael Lohr. I live in Ward 1. I thank you for my 1 minute for the most important issue facing Evanston in my 20 years of living in Evanston. My comment is on agenda item 8C-DC1, inclusionary housing, and my comments are largely concerned with process and disclosure. First, how does this ordinance tie into the currently ongoing work of the LUC involving the comprehensive plan and zoning? It increases the minimum requirement for inclusionary zoning, which must be built somewhere, and yet the draft ordinance cites a lack of land available for development at Evanston. Second, has there been any LUC input? I do not see the LUC listed in the schedule chart, and there are numerous references to zoning in the ordinance itself. Third, the staff cites public or community comment. I get that the staff has spoken to 30 developers and their attorneys. When I look at the financial incentives and other breaks that the developers are being offered, I ask myself, what public comment? I have attended many council, commission, and ward meetings concerning Envision Evanston 2045, with staff present each time in briefing, and I do not recall any mention about this ordinance. Lastly, I want to thank Councilmember Kelly. She has been so responsive to me over the last couple of years. I'm moving to a new ward, I guess, effective on election day, and I certainly hope the 7th ward representative is more responsive than the current one. Thank you.
It looks like Ms. Mendoza is here after all, so we'll move back to the in-person with Jacqueline Mendoza.
Hello, Mayor, Council, people, and Allison, hello. Come here to speak in support of renaming the South End Center after the Prieto family. I believe that not only does this recognize such an important family in our community who have dedicated their lives to the Latino population and beyond, but I think it also shows to the Latino community that we are not invisible to the city of Evanston, especially during these hard times. And I want to thank Chief Pollock and the firefighters for their words today. And I really hope you reach out to the Latino community and engage with us personally, not just here, because our community doesn't tend to watch these meetings. I grew up in East Tennessee, and it was really difficult to have that trust broken. But I know that you will do everything to amend it. And I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. Returning to the online comment, Aaron Bornstein. Are you able to unmute yourself, Mr. Bornstein? Oh, there we go.
I think so.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is Aaron Bornstein. I'm a small housing provider in Evanston. I'm also a member of the North Suburban Housing Providers and the Chicago area NBOA, or Neighborhood Building Owner Alliance. I'd like to echo the comments made by the other housing providers that this ordinance, this healthy building ordinance, is a bad idea, and I encourage you to delay it, delay passage of it, and take a hard look at it. Internally, we refer to this ordinance as the evict your tenants and raise their rent law because it is so onerous. In order to comply with it, a housing provider would have to rip out a boiler, run ductwork, put in a new HVAC system in every unit, also new washing machines, new hot water heaters, new stoves, have to upgrade every electric line because the current system, you have to pull more power from ComEd and you have to upgrade every electric line to every unit. The work is so extensive, we would have to put our tenants out of their units while they were doing this work.
15 seconds.
The cost would be somewhere 40 to 60 grand a unit. That would mean the end of affordable housing in Evanston. It will drive an investment in the city, and it will cause us to raise rents. This is a bad idea. I urge you to pump the brakes on this slow down, and do not pass the healthy building ordinance this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes public comment for the evening. We are now going to do something a little different than we have historically. I've realized 3.5 years deep into this that we often do this thing where we spend a lot of time in special orders of business and then approve things on consent, and people have been waiting to see if their thing would go on consent, and then it just does, and so they wind up here for hours and then go home with no discussion. So what I'm going to do is handle the unanimous part of the consent agenda now, so ask folks to pull things off the consent agenda now. When they've done that, accept a motion to approve the consent agenda, hold the things that have been pulled until after the special orders of business, but that way anyone who's here for an item that doesn't get pulled can go home if they're so inclined. So with that explanation, are there any items folks would like to see removed from the consent agenda?
I would like to see item P1. Oh, I'm sorry, not P1. My apologies.
While he's trying to figure it out, SP1.
No, so
that's special.
That's a special order. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the consent, yep. A19.
HCDC 1.
So we have A19 and HCDC 1 so far.
A17, please.
A17. Anything else? I'm giving more time. I know folks maybe weren't ready for this. So, are we ready, or do you want to pause for a moment? Okay, I would accept an amendment, a motion.
I will move the consent agenda minus items A17, A19, and HCDC 1.
Second. Councilmember Reed moves approval of the consent agenda save for the following three items, A17, A19, and HCDC 1. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Harakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the consent agenda with the 3 exceptions just enumerated is passed. Thank you, Clerk, for, I should have announced publicly, Councilmember Burns has been here for some time and is on the roll going forward. So now back to the regularly scheduled programming. Is there a motion relative to item SP1? Councilmember Harakaris.
I would move approval of SP1, renaming of the South End Community Center to Dr. Jorge and Luz Maria Prieto Community Center.
Second.
Point of order. If Councilmember Burns is online.
No, he's here.
Oh, he is here. Thank you.
Councilmember Harakaris moves that we rename the South End Community Center to Dr. Jorge and Luz Maria Prieto Community Center. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Harakaris followed by Reed.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Biss and City Manager Stowe for kindly including this as a special order of business at this meeting. This is something that came up as a idea from a resident. One of the neighbors of the Prieto family suggested over a year ago that we should rename what everyone in the neighborhood calls the Secret Park after Dr. Jorge Prieto. We started that process because we didn't really know how to go about doing that. This is something that council here has not done before. And then in the last year, the city purchased the community center at the south end, and I had this idea that we should pivot and make a grander statement. I personally knew just a little bit about Dr. Prieto from living in Chicago. There's a high school named in his honor, a clinic, but I had no idea that they had Evanston roots until I met Miguel, who is a neighbor and lives, just a few blocks away. In talking to the family, it was very important that if we went forward, that we include Luz Maria, his wife, in the naming, because they really were a team. And one of the things that, when I first started getting involved with the community, there was an overwhelming feeling of not being seen. And this will be a great thing for the community. And so I urge your support.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Harris.
Thank you. One, Councilmember Hedekadis, I appreciate that. And really, I think we're fortunate to have learned about the contributions that this family has made to Evanston and the greater Chicago community. The one thing I want to understand, so we received a letter from our, is this our Parks and Rec Board? Is that who? Yeah, from our Parks and Rec Board, who did not support the renaming of the center, but purely because there's a policy that conflicts with what we're proposing here. So one, is that correct? Is there a city ordinance?
I can speak to that. It's in the packet, and if it reads as it encourages renaming for someone posthumously, and that said that typically we would wait. It's something that we haven't done as a city in the past. We were at the Lorraine Morton Civic Center, which was named after Mayor Morton. And as recently as I think 2021, the Parks and Rec Board named the gym at Robert Crown after the Logan family. And I think all of those were great ideas. So I think, they were well within their bounds, but to do the naming, but I think they were a little bit hesitant to set a precedent. But it's always been the reading that it is typically, we would wait 7 years.
Thank you. So thank you for those two examples particularly. Did those two, for example, the Lorraine Morton Civic Center or the Logan Gym, did those come before council?
Thank you, Councilmember Reed, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. I'm not sure if those came to the City Council. So this policy that Councilmember Harakaris is referencing was passed via resolution in 2021 and pertains to the naming of parks and rec facilities. So the Civic Center wouldn't be included in that. Mm-hmm. But it does read that typically you wait that period. But again, it's a resolution. It's not an ordinance.
Okay. So if it was passed in 2021, that means this council passed that, correct?
I believe it was prior to this council.
Okay. Well, you were. And the language says typically. Why even have that? What is the point of?
I can read the entire paragraph
to
you. So I think it gives. So it says naming of parks and recreation facilities after an individual is encouraged only posthumously. Typically, such naming after an individual should not occur until that individual has been deceased for at least 7 years and that individual's historic significance and good reputation have been secured in the history and lore of the community or the nation. So I believe the significance of the 7 years And typically is in here because they want a certain amount of time to pass to ensure that that person has the historical standing in the community. But I think the word typically is in there because sometimes you don't need 7 years to establish that.
And so why did the Parks and Rec Board feel as though they couldn't vary? If it says typically, why were they so hung up on this policy?
So I can't answer
and maybe
that.
someone who can answer that. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm Audrey Thompson, Parks and Rec Director. If you read the entire policy, it makes a person feel that what you're reading is so important that you shouldn't violate any portions of the rule. So the 7 years, of course, Dr. Prieto has been deceased for over 7 years. So the naming of the community center for Mrs. Prieto was the issue. Mm-hmm. So what the policy does not call into effect is if you have an application of two. So you have the primary and the secondary, and there is no precedent for that because we have not named a community center or another building after two individuals.
Oh, we got the Fleetwood Jourdain Center.
Yeah.
Although that was very long ago. I had to
long time ago. But not a couple in this way. And so because Mrs. Prieto had only been deceased for a little over a year, they believed that reading the information was very important to follow it pretty much to the letter, even with typically in the document.
Thank you for that. I support the naming here. I do think apparently we need to clarify this policy because if we're setting up essentially another board to seem as though there was something else going on rather than just following the ordinance or the policy, the resolution to the T. I think there could be some clarity around that. But otherwise, I guess I will support the naming of this center. Maybe I wish it was a medical center or something that was more related, but I think this is still an important move. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you so much, Chair. Councilmember Reed asked a lot of my questions. I am very, always set on precedents. And when you open a door, you have to be careful what's going to follow. And so hearing Director Thompson give us some background information on it makes me more comfortable. But I was very clear with Councilmember Heracadis when I heard, I'm concerned that once we do this, what does that mean? And in Evanston, we know once we change a rule, we got a group of people coming to change the rule some more. And you did it for him, you did it for her, why not me? So I don't want to conflate all the other issues that we make decisions upon. I met the son and tried to encourage him to step up, and he didn't want to speak about mom and dad, and that's okay. But I will support it, but understand that I do have reservations. And saying that, I recognized a while ago when Alderman Holmes passed away that I talked about a building being named in her honor. And when I reflected upon that, I know most definitely Dolores Holmes would not want us to break the rules to honor her. You don't break a rule to honor somebody. So I would have to wait to do that to honor her in a way that's appropriate. So I will support my council member. I will support the community that feels unseen. But I think there's a lot of people in Evanston that feel unseen, and we need to make sure that Evanston is showing and sharing all of its compassion with everyone in a way that's appropriate and doesn't take away from the meaning. So I support you in this naming. Thank you.
Councilmember Ravel, followed by Suffredin, followed by Nusma.
Well, I just would like to say I was really impressed by the number of signatures on the petition in our packet. I think it really demonstrates the community's support for this naming, number one. And then number two, we've got a community center that really needs a name. And so I think the time is right to do this.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Nusma.
Thank you. I'd just like to say congratulations on this well-deserved honor. And then the part that I'm about to say next has nothing to do with the worthiness of your family to have this named. But I'd just like to remind all of my colleagues and Director Thompson that when we purchased this building, one of the things we talked about was that it needed to be financially solvent within 5 years or whatever we said. And I'd like to ask, do we have a plan after we've given this well-deserved honor to this family and named this facility after them? If the reality is that we cannot continue to hold this building, do we have another facility or another park or a place where we can have their name rightfully honored? But if the financial realities are that this building isn't solvent, do we have a plan for that? And that's, again, has nothing to do with the honor that is well-deserved that I look forward to voting yes on, but it's something for us all to consider going forward in the event that we have to make a responsible fiscal decision to let go of this building in 5 years. But again, congratulations, this is well-deserved.
So the plan is going to be to ensure that the name remains because it will be at least net neutral, but positive. But I mean, we could return to the naming of the park, and of course, that is a park that is unnamed, and so we could definitely look at naming the park.
And I'm hopeful that it's not a decision that we have to make, but I would just like to flag it in the event that there's a petition to rename the park. I mean, we should just make sure that we have an appropriate facility available to honor this family the way that we are choosing to honor them tonight in the event that the fiscal reality is that we have to let go of this building.
Absolutely. Just one request, just procedurally. Given the secondary, so I just wanted to make sure that we're thinking about sending this back to the Parks and Rec Board in order to add an addendum, to put an addendum to the rule so that we can ensure that should there be a secondary applicant in the future, that we have some provision for that as far as the actual rule goes for the naming of a community center.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully supportive of this. I think the policy is fairly clear that the word typically allows us to do exactly what's being proposed. I think we kind of need to get over ourselves on this procedural stuff. I'd like to remind everybody that every single time a liquor license comes up for approval at the City Council, we vote unanimously to suspend the rules. Every single time. So we don't even need to suspend the rules here because the rules clearly allow it. Let's just vote yes and let this family be honored in the way that they deserve. Thank you.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left.
I'm sorry you struck my procedural nerve. So this isn't necessarily the time and the place. We support this name changing, but I do think to the point that was raised earlier, if we think a procedure doesn't make sense, then we change the procedure. That's our ability, and I don't think we should just ignore procedures because we don't like them. If we don't like them, we change them through a procedure, and so that's how we keep democracy functioning. So, thank you. I will move. I mean, if this is the appropriate place, I will move that we send to not this back to Parks and Rec board, but we send a and maybe this is better in a referral, but that we
I certainly don't think it's in
this.
order in the middle of this.
Sure.
Like, you can't send something other than the item in front of us back to Parks and Rec while this is in front of us, I don't think.
Fair.
In that case, seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Yo digo que sí.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Harakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. The community center is renamed, and congratulations to the very, very well-deserved family and the whole community. And thank you, Councilmember, for advocating for this. Can't help but mention that on the consent agenda vote that already took place, you guys voted to change that liquor license approval process. So I guess we're following Councilmember Reed's instructions. Councilmember Reed, did you want to make a motion or something to refer something to someone, or do you want to just deal with it with the referrals process online?
Yeah, I'll make a referral.
Okay.
Or maybe. Yeah.
Is there a motion relative to item SP2?
I'll move item SP2, discussion on the Dog Beach ADA access.
I'll second.
Councilmember Reed moves that we discuss the Dog Beach ADA access question. Councilmember Hadakati seconds. I believe there's a presentation from staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Allison, City Manager. So we're here tonight to present some revisions to the plans based on conversations that have been happening since last summer. So last spring, I believe it was, we designed an ADA access plan for the Dog Beach. It was subsequently bid out. At that point, the council directed staff to look at value engineering that plan. So subsequent to that, we went back, have had conversations, have had some thoughts, and worked with our engineer, the Smith Group, to do just that. So we're coming to you tonight with a revision to the original design, as well as another option that cuts down the scope quite a bit from what was originally contemplated. We did meet with Cam Davis this morning. That he did come in and meet with us and staff and review our current designs, offered some feedback on them, and he was of the opinion that he did say a second opinion might be beneficial. But Laura is going to go forward now and do a presentation on how the design has changed and what the options are. And I do want to point out we have representatives of Smith Engineering here with us as well tonight.
Members of the City Council, Mayor, Acting City Clerk. My name is Laura Biggs. I'm the City Engineer. As Deputy City Manager Ruger indicated, I'm here to talk through some potential options for value engineering the Dog Beach access. And we also have Mark Wagstaff from Smith Group here as well, if there are any questions that I cannot answer. Okay, this worked a minute ago. So I just want to do a quick refresh on the timeline. So originally we were directed on October 10th, 2022 to open the Dog Beach. And at that time we're directed to, as expeditiously as possible, make it compliant with Cook County laws regarding off-leash dog areas, as well as the ADA compliance of federal, state ADA requirements. So a lot of time has passed since then. We have had 7 meetings with stakeholders. We've been at council on 8 different occasions. We have had 2 meetings with consultants directed by council members. And we are here with value engineering results as was directed. But our goal at this point really is to try to complete the ADA access this year. Right now, we're at 2.5 years that this facility has been open without ADA access. And technically, the city of Evanston should not offer a new program or service without making sure it's ADA compliant. So we would really like to move forward with getting ADA access installed. So in our current discussion, we did have a bid process last year that resulted in a bid. We did not take action on the bid. And on July 22nd, the City Council directed us with a motion to basically keep the same design, but look at methods for value engineering that and see if there were low-hanging fruit to take out of the design and potentially save some costs. So we are providing that information. We worked with Smith Group to provide an option to sort of shorten the existing pathway. And I just want to note that some things that we've discussed for lowering the costs are lengthening out the time that construction occurs so that it would be impacting the area for a longer period of time, but would allow the contractor more time to get their subs in there and do the needed work. And if we want to keep the dog beach open during that period, we would need to establish an alternate entrance. We have not included that in the cost. So option one, which is something that we could do, we could make no changes and we could rebid the existing design. And the benefits of this are that we can do it relatively quickly. However, because it's a rebid, we historically see a cost increase when we do rebid it, even without inflation that occurs. But there has been, of course, about 5% inflation last year in construction costs. So we would expect to see some. In any of these three options, we do need to bring a change order for engineering fees. In meeting with consultants and working through a number of different options, Smith Group has incurred some additional costs. So we need to pay them some additional fees to accommodate for that and bring back, prepare the bid package and send it back out to bid, answer bid questions again as they come up. And so just going with the existing design, we would expect to move forward with a change order with Smith Group next meeting of $12,300. So whatever is decided, we'll bring the change order next meeting with Smith Group. Option two is actually really where we talk about the value engineering of design. So we worked with Smith Group to identify a number of options, and the challenge with all of these options is that they were put into the design for a really specific reason. So they can be removed, but there will be somebody that doesn't get what they want when we do that. So first of all, we talked about there's a concrete sidewalk, but this darker section is a boardwalk. And that boardwalk was put in because of concerns that there are plantings on that beach and that we want to impact them as little as possible. When we talk about having a boardwalk versus a concrete sidewalk, that allows the pathway to be lifted off the dune and water can flow relatively easily through the dune and maintains more of the natural environment on the surface of the dunes. So that could be done and it would save a pretty substantial amount of money. Smith Group has provided ranges rather than exact costs. So you can see that that would save $50,000 to $100,000. Another thing that we could do is this circle on the north is to the right, by the way. The circle on the north end, which is over here is the entrance to Clark Beach Swimming Beach, and over here is the Dog Beach area. So this concrete circle that's on the north end actually has seating and an area for washing off dogs. The dog wash is there currently. If we want to keep it, we need to make it ADA compliant, but we don't have to necessarily have seating in this area. Part of the value that the staff initially saw in this particularly longer pathway was that it allowed residents and community members to really gain visual and aesthetic access to the dunes in a way that they don't currently have. Right now, you have really limited visibility of the dune area. This allowed people to more experience the dune area without actually causing significant harm to the dunes while they did it. And to that end, we provided seating both to assist people that wanted to rest after washing their dog or set things down while washing their dog, but also so that people could enjoy the dune access area more. We could remove that seating. It's a relatively minor cost, but we would be able to save some funding. Another thing that we've talked about is electric lighting and electronic gate. So this area that's right next to where you walk through the groin wall for the beach and getting onto a ramp going down. But this area has a double gate. And the reason for that is there's a Cook County public health requirement that off-leash dog areas have a double gate. That gate has to be secured, and access can only be given to people who have proven that their dogs are up to date on vaccinations. Currently, there is just like a punch code lock, and it is difficult for people with visual disabilities to be able to operate this lock. We have gone in other locations where there's this concern as we provide people with a barcode and there's a scanner that they can just scan their pass and that lets them in. But to put in that, we need electric going to that gate. And so that is what that would cover. It would also cover safety lighting. The dog beach maintains the same hours as our parks, open till 11 p.m. at night. And people have requested lighting around the access to make it easier to operate the punch code lock and to feel safer as they go through that area. So we could eliminate that and save approximately $25,000 to $50,000. We would be removing basic electricity from the project. Then another thing that was requested was this area is basically the ADA pathway, but we've also put in a shorter pathway that has stairs on it for people coming from a different direction. We could just eliminate that. There's no requirement for it legally. And so that would save us $10,000 to $25,000. And then finally, our pathway is a very gentle slope because it follows the natural contours of the dune area. And it's a relatively gentle slope here where you get into a concrete path ramp down to the dog beach elevation and you have this rock revetment wall. But we could shorten that. We are not as steep as the legal requirement would allow us to be. If we shorten that, and we would shorten not just the ramp, we'd make it steeper, but we'd also be able to shorten the break wall. And the break wall really is a pretty expensive portion of this project. So doing that, we could save $25,000 to $75,000. So when we looked at all of these options, these are the things we felt could be value engineered out, but all of these things were put in at the request of somebody that had a specific need that they felt could be addressed. Oh, yes. Through meeting with consultants, we really looked at, is there a method, because there has been concerns expressed by some residents that we just really shorten the entire pathway. And there is. We could eliminate the main the main pathway that we've been talking about putting in that follows the contours of the dunes, and we could create this very short pathway that's ADA compliant, much steeper, but still meets the law. By removing this, basically where the stair access was, this will now be a sloped pathway. However, doing this does require significant regrading of this area of the dunes. So this part where we put in following the natural contour had relatively small impact to the surrounding plantings and et cetera. I mean, we were going to have to replant some of the plantings, but it was a relatively minor impact. This option to drastically shorten the ramp would require a significant regrade of this southern part of the dune area. However, less of the beach gets impacted. It does also remove the opportunity to have an ADA compliant dog wash area and removes really the ability of people to access the dune, which was not necessarily part of the scope of work of the project, was just something that was a nice to have. And then we would shorten this pathway to be the maximum legally required also for a beach access trail. And that could save some fairly substantial funding, depending on what all of the options that get value engineered out. We could save $250,000 by doing that. Now, on a completely other note, one other thing that we were directed to look at was to provide some additional ADA parking in the area. There is, this is where north is up. So at the top of this is where it says Centennial Park is actually the Clark Street Beach House. And to the west of that, there is some ADA parking. It is the only ADA parking in the area. This part that's highlighted in yellow are the range of places we could put the entrance to the ADA access way. And so we looked at adding more ADA parking near the beach house. It would require us to remove a couple, 1 to 2 sort of smallish trees, which we would then plant replacement trees in the adjacent park to make up for that. Alternatively, we could look at using the Church Street boat ramp parking lot. So this parking lot is currently gated, and it is meant to serve the Church Street boat ramp. So the only people that have access to it are people who have permits for the Church Street boat ramp. They pay a little over $300 a year for access to this parking lot. But we could change our operation. We could allow people who have ADA needs. The thing is that because of what this is serving, we can't just stripe some spaces close to the ADA entrance for the dog beach. We would actually have to provide ADA for the Church Street boat ramp as well. So we would need to stripe at least 2 spaces at the north end and 2 spaces at the south end to accommodate that. And then we would have to make sure that there's an ADA access way. Those are often striped. You'll see them in parking lots for restaurants and stuff where there's a diagonally striped area that just goes across the parking lot. There's not a specific sidewalk or anything so we would need to do something similar. The cost for that's a little higher. We estimate if it's only pavement marking for those spots, it's about $35,000. But the lot is in pretty poor condition, so that once we get into it, if we have to do any patching or stripe other areas, that would potentially increase the cost. We would recommend going with parking option A. It's closer to the proposed entrance and it is less expensive. We are also planning that we would construct this parking not under the contract for the ADA Dog Beach entrance, but under a separate contract. So Smith Group has not really been involved in this. This is purely the City of Evanston staff. And the reason for that is because every time you introduce a new subcontractor into a contract, it really complicates their ability to get the work done on time. And there just isn't a need to have a contractor that's doing an ADA Dog Beach access also do pavement marking in a parking lot. Oops. And so our next steps, we present the options here, and staff is requesting feedback, whether we just value engineer portions of it or we go with a modified shorter entrance, just exactly what it is the council would like us to move forward with. We will work with Smith Group to get their change order to the next council meeting on February 10th. And then from mid-February to mid-April, they will work on updating the construction documents, getting them ready to go out to bid. Then bidding and permitting with the MWRD and the other permitting agencies will take us some time. And so we're estimating about 2 months for that process, and then to bring back the project to have a council award in mid-June. We would like to do the construction in July through the end of the year in order to provide the contractor adequate time. So I will just say, if we're not able to make those decisions now, if we want to put additional steps in there, it would be unlikely that we would be able to build this year in 2025, because we're already kind of brushing up against the construction season by making decisions in late January about what we want to do. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions. Like I said, Mark Wagstaff from Smith Group is here also, and get any feedback that you might have.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Laura and staff and everybody who's put so much time into this. I do have some questions. I understand there was a conversation with a third party, the WT Group.
Yes.
That was at a request of Councilmember Kelly. What was the result of that conversation?
Actually, a lot of the stuff that we talked about with John McGovern, and he brought a a person with him from his group that was an engineer, because Mr. McGovern is an attorney. So we talked through some design elements, but he was very clear he's not an engineer. But what he was able to provide us with is he verified how we were classifying the access, and which allows us to better understand what our slope requirements, et cetera. So we got some concurrence on that, and we just talked through, like, what if we did this? What if we did that? And so our option for drastically shortening the path was actually something that we did the ideation with John McGovern on.
All right, but what his thoughts on the existing original proposal were that generally we were on the right track.
Yes,
there
that
might
it
be a way
appeared
to
to meet the
improve it.
requirements, and it seemed like a reasonable design.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm really quickly for parking, supportive of option A. That clearly makes the most sense. When it comes to the ramp itself, option 2, kind of value engineering, is what makes the most sense to me. And having a closer look at each one of the recommendations, and if you could go back to that slide, I'll take them one by one, or at least address several of them. The biggest potential cost savings is replacing the boardwalk with a concrete path. If I'm understanding correctly, the downside of that is the impact on the dune plants.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering if there has been any conversation with the natural habitat folks about this potential change.
We did not. They were actually the people that really wanted us to put in a boardwalk. We assumed that they would not necessarily be overly fond of putting in a concrete sidewalk. However, we would work to make sure that we were supporting the plantings as best we could. And most of those plantings have really just seeded themselves and grown up, because we don't comb the dunes in this area of the beach. And so they, over time, nature sort of does its work and provides cover for the dunes.
The plants could be replanted. Plants, may reappear if they're disturbed.
Yes.
But on a longer term, the concrete design doesn't allow for the free flow of, of water or air. So that's the detriment.
It's a little bit more obstructive.
Okay.
But I really doubt that these dunes will end up barren. The nature of dunes is that plants seed themselves, and we're going to encourage them to do that as well.
Right. So, I'm a little bit skeptical of that one until I talk to some natural habitat folks, but definitely worth considering. I'd keep that on the table for now. Seating at the dog wash area, let's keep it. It's not that expensive. Eliminating the lighting and electronic gates, I think that's something we can do without. That's my personal opinion here. Eliminating the secondary access path. I could go either way on that one. It's not that significant of a savings. Shortening the revetment and ramp on the south side of the break wall. What does that do to the long-term durability of the ramp, given the impending or the likelihood of fluctuating lake levels, fluctuating dune conditions, fluctuating beach conditions?
The ramp extended further and went deeper underground because the sand levels and the water levels vary so significantly. And so our original direction from City Council a while ago was to really make sure that this thing was going to be able to survive a variety of lake conditions, lake heights, water levels, and storms. And so that's what we did. Now, we can shorten it, and we're not shortening it to the point where we think it's going to fail as soon as there's a storm, but it will be a little less.
It'll be less robust. And the likelihood of having to do something 5, 10, 15 years down the road to accommodate changing lake conditions would be higher.
It would be higher. It is difficult to say.
We don't know
exactly how vulnerable it would be.
Right. And at that point, if something did happen, who knows what the construction costs are going to be in 2035. So I guess I'm in favor of keeping the ramp length where it is. So that's my feedback. I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So the objective is, none of us are engineers up here. So I think we're, well, okay. All right. But not a coastal engineer.
There are two.
Not coastal engineers. And I think it's, we're really fortunate to have Cam Davis in our community. And he has offered I just shared with you it should have been in the packet, his proposal to do an independent assessment. I've met with several people, experts in the field, who every one of these proposals has the ramp coming in through the breakwater, entering from the north side. The main objective here is the shortest possible path, an inclusive path, and to arrange parking as nearby. Those are the three sort of basic standards of ADA access. And when I did ask you, those were not the directions given to try to secure the parking as close as possible, which is the number one thing we do. So and I think you all received, Daniel and Luke and Laura, I think you received a letter today from Mr. McGovern, correct?
Yes.
An email. And he wasn't pleased with the way this report was presented. He felt his views were not being represented, nor the law accurately. And he is a foremost expert in the nation on ADA access, advising DOJ and others. So I just feel we owe it to our mobility challenged community to get a second opinion. It's $14,700. We paid $127,000 to Smith Group for change orders. This was, in essence, sole source. It was change orders, so we don't call it sole source, but it added up to that, and now we're looking at another $12,000. So in the name of both potentially saving a lot of money, I think, we have a coastal engineer, a group that's offered, and, Mr. Davis was Obama's Great Lakes advisor. He cares deeply about this community and the lakefront. It would behoove us to at least hear his firm's assessment. Also, because it's possible that what he comes back with not only will save the city a lot of money, but could also be created much more quickly, depending on the ramp. So, I think we have to move forward in that direction. Again, for the mobility challenge community, we should get a second opinion. We've only had one. We don't even have the written instructions. It does look very clear that this was also about, creating this walkway through the dunes. So again, we aren't coastal engineers up here. I would ask that we get this second opinion and then let us really, put this to rest and decide how we want to do this.
So by our own procurement laws and purchasing rules, it would not be appropriate for a city council member to recommend a consultant that would be directly hired by the city of Evanston. We would instead go out and get quotes for that work in order to be able to find an expert to do that kind of value engineering. If we do that, they may be able to save us money, but we will not be building it this year. It would just getting quotes would take us 2 to 3 weeks, then getting them under contract, then having them come up to speed. It just would really lengthen out the process. I will say that the city, while we don't have a retainer, we have an ADA consultant that helped us with our ADA transition plan. I have talked with them about the classification requirements of this trail. So there are many, ADA has a lot of shades of gray. I would be lying if I said that wasn't true, that everything is always 100% clear. It is not. You really do need people who understand ADA to work on ADA things. So we have looked into that, and this particular type of trail would be classified as a beach access trail. It has a little bit different requirements for slope and widths and how often you have to have a landing, but the current design does comply with that. Smith Group initially felt that was the classification. We confirmed that with John McGovern, and he agreed at the meeting we had that was the classification. I've also confirmed it with the consultant that did our ADA transition plan. But it may be possible to value engineer the project further. That is true.
I just want to say, GEI Group of Cam Davis, they've already done a lot of work without charging any money at all, had engineers down there. There's no reason that we can't get a second opinion. I think we sole sourced it to Smith Group just simply by, change order after change order after change order until it was $127,000. however we have to do it, we're talking $14,700. And I even have a community person who's offered to pay that so that we can get perhaps a much better proposal by somebody who lives in the community, cares about this community, and has coastal engineers and could save the community potentially much, much money and get this done more quickly.
So again, our process would be to get 3 quotes and really evaluate qualifications. If it's under $25,000, we do not need to go through a full procurement process and advertise it, but we would still get 3 quotes.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Sufferton.
Thank you. Okay, so I feel like I heard some mixed things there. So one, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you. So one, I'll say I do also support getting a second opinion on this. I don't think it hurts, particularly if we have a local firm that is willing to engage in this. And so what I heard you say there at the end is that our rules or law would allow for, because, for example, GEI, is that the correct name for the firm, that they, because they're to drop whatever plans they want to drop, it would be $14,000. That's obviously under the $25,000 limit. So we would be able to at least get their plans, correct? Through a sole source?
Actually, when we met them today, they indicated that the proposal that they were providing was not their actual proposal, but was just a sample proposal.
Okay.
And so we would have to request a proposal, but we typically would not request a proposal only from a consultant recommended by an elected official.
Typically. We just dealt with that word earlier.
City council can direct us as they choose.
Okay. I think if it's $14,000, and you met with Mr. Davis earlier, and from what Mr. Ruger, from what Deputy City Manager Ruger shared, is that it seemed as though his opinion was that it was worth taking a second look at this, correct?
Correct. That's what he said in the meeting. As we ended the meeting, he said a second opinion couldn't hurt and might be beneficial.
Okay.
Can I just ask whoever's up there if you could be closer to the mic?
And I apologize for that.
Sure. But from what I heard, there's a second opinion could be beneficial.
Just point of order, though, that we, not point of order, just a point.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
It may be beneficial cost-wise, but it would likely delay us from being able to build this year.
Okay, that's helpful. Because I was going to get to that. So one, we can look at the second opinion. The objection I'm hearing from you about potentially taking the time to look at this second opinion is we want to get this done this year. We want to make sure, like the gentleman came up and said, that folks in our ADA community have access to this dog beach like everyone else. Is it possible? What makes you believe that it would not be possible to get this second opinion and be able to complete construction this year?
The timeline that we showed up here is already pretty tight. I'll be honest, engineers and consultants don't usually work at light speed to get things done. But in addition, there's a lot of care that an engineer that is a licensed professional engineer takes in preparing plans and specifications to make sure that they meet the requirements. We are already talking about potentially doing some value engineering. So essentially that value engineering process would stop. We would get quotes, which takes 2 to 3 weeks. We would then enter into a contract. Then we would arrange a meeting. There would be discussions. Then the consultant that we hired to do the second opinion would have to go off and do some work on their own. And that would probably take at least 2 to 3 weeks for them to come back and say, well, we've developed some cost estimates and we've looked at things and this is what it is. So now we're talking, by the time that happens and then Smith Group incorporates those changes into the design, assuming that we are not coming back meanwhile to review those results with City Council, we are already 2 months into a process to get to where we can now have Smith Group finalize the design and send it out to bid. And there's just not going to be enough time left in the year to construct the project at that point.
So thank you for that. That's really helpful. So if we were to go with what I'm hearing from Councilmember Kelly, the outcome would be we push this back about 2 months.
Yes.
And what I saw there, if I remember correctly, it was just up there, is that the construction wouldn't begin until December under the current
The construction is beginning mid-June.
Oh, I'm sorry,
under
and
our
finishing
current program.
mid-December.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a pretty wide time frame for a ramp, it feels like.
Well, one of our concerns previously, last time we were only allowing them to start in September. So we are following the council direction to look at how do we reduce the cost of this. The way that constructing this would work is that a contractor would bring out a sub, like an excavator. That sub does their work. They pull off the site. Then the next sub starts. Great contractors have those people just lined up, one right after the other. The concrete sub was just sitting around waiting for the call that the excavator was done. But in reality, you usually lose some time. And so contractors build in money to cover their risk when you have a very short time frame. So we are hoping by giving them a longer time frame, that also will help reduce the costs.
Okay. So, but this could be done in a shorter time frame, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, but it
Potentially.
would likely increase the cost.
And is this something that, for example, if GEI were to come back with a proposal, is this something they could factor in to their proposal?
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
Consultants and staff do their best to estimate what costs are going to be, but what a contractor chooses to put in for their bid, we have zero control over. So we do our best to make the contract documents clear, to provide good guidance and give them adequate time to build something. But if they're already busy with lots of work, they may just put in a bid and it's really high. If they feel like there's too many requirements, they may choose not to bid at all. And then you have less competition. So we can't really control what the contractor does. We can just set up the conditions that we hope will lead to positive bids.
Okay. And I have two, what is my time left? I'm going to wrap up here.
I think about a minute and a half left.
Okay. So, so I'm hearing 2 months, and one, if this is going to be done in mid-December, I don't think a ton of people are using the dog beach at that point. So even if this were to be pushed into spring, for example, we could certainly have this done by next summer, seemingly, even if this were to get pushed back by 2 months.
Yes, but that's just another 6 months that we're not compliant with ADA.
During a period that the dog beach isn't really
Actually, it's pretty well utilized year
in
round.
the winter. Okay.
That's the fire department.
Well, yeah, maybe, and maybe it shouldn't be at some point, but bless the folks who are out in the winter with their dogs at the beach. But then also I'm hearing that potentially that if we were to just get the quote, and we have the ability, you said that we couldn't control what someone puts in their proposal, which we can't control that, but we can certainly say, as we have done in the past, hey, if you don't put this in the proposal, we're certainly not going to accept it or award that contract to you, right? That's something we
Yeah,
could-
so this is done under a low bid. So we prepare a contract, including drawings and specifications, as well as contractual provisions. And then the contractor gives us their best price. And we don't negotiate with them. But when they sign that, when they put in the bid and sign
Right.
the contract,
It
they're
meets the
agreeing
criteria
to
that-
include everything that we have.
So I think that we could lay out the concerns about, cost saving and, maybe even say that, hey, we'd still like to see this done by mid-December or whatever time frame we come up with that makes sense. And what I'm hearing, the 2 month period would be if we were to go all the way through with awarding to someone else, but potentially we could pause for a month or 3 weeks, as was noted, to just get in the new proposals and just evaluate them to determine whether or not they make sense at all. And if they don't, then they don't. And we just keep going with where we were going, which does delay things by maybe a month. Am I wrong on that?
Well, they're not going, the proposals will be to give us a cost
Sure.
on how they will do the value engineering and what it will cost us. They're not actually
okay.
going
That's
to provide
just to
us
get the-
results that fast.
Okay. And why couldn't we just go directly with GEI pay them the $14,000 to get a response back within a few weeks? We could do that.
The city council can direct us as we would, but if it were up to staff, we would get 3 quotes.
Okay. Well, I'll just end here. I would encourage us to, it's $14,000. Let's get another quote. It seemingly, if we just get the quote and we don't go through the whole bid process, we could get something back sooner than later. Maybe it delays the process. Maybe it doesn't delay the process, but we at least have done our due diligence, I think, as a council to have, as Councilmember Kelly mentioned, someone in our community who has some expertise with this nationally give us an opinion. And I think it makes sense on that. And so I would move that we authorize the city manager to engage in a contract with GEI not to exceed $15,000 to provide a proposal for the dog beach.
I'm going to ask you to hold before even getting a second. I just want to, given you made some comments about our procurement code, just want to ask for a legal opinion before we move forward. What does state law and the procurement code tell us? How does it constrain us in this circumstance?
Thank you, Mayor Biss. So the state procurement code does not apply to Evanston as a municipality. We have a procurement code that staff adheres to and also applies to elected officials as covered persons under the procurement manual that the city has. And so even for items that are under $25,000, the manual that we have suggests we get a minimum of 3 bids. This is to avoid the appearance of impropriety on any one staff or elected official's part. So that's the suggestion that the manual gives staff and elected officials when it comes to procurement.
So when you're saying suggestion, you're saying it's the motion that Councilmember Reed made is one that would be sort of legally appropriate to pass, but inconsistent with the recommendation in the city's procurement code. Is that a fair characterization?
That's correct. I say typically we get 3 bids because sometimes when you're dealing with single source or sole source, you're not able to do that. So oftentimes the city of Evanston is looking to procure services or goods that simply only one provider is out there. And that's why you see the single source and the sole source that comes to us. But again, that guidance is provided to all covered persons to avoid the appearance of impropriety.
I just want to, if I can, so that's our procurement manual. That was not a policy passed by council. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
And in this case, I understand the procedure set out there, but in this case, I think that's contemplating just an individual council member, an individual staff member bringing something forward. The council here would be taking a vote to affirmatively say that we want to get the single source bid, which is, I think, different and helps avoid the concern that the, procurement manual lays out of making it seem as though one person, I think, has been very transparent about what's going on here. And so I think those concerns are addressed. And because it wasn't adopted by council, it doesn't seem like it would be binding on this body.
All right. So Councilmember Reed moves to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with, what's the firm's initials?
GEI.
GEI, not to increase $15,000, notwithstanding the procurement manual. Councilmember Kelly seconds. There's a lot of lights, so I think your time's done, Councilmember Reed. So I'm going to keep going down the list, and I'll come to everybody, beginning with Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Hedekadis.
Thank you. Laura, I just want clarification on something you said about gray area as it relates to the Americans with Disability Act. Are those engineering gray areas or matters of law or a combination of both?
It's a combination of both. For instance, there's different kinds of ADA access, but we've had multiple people that are either engineers or attorneys agree that the proper classification of this particular pathway is a beach access trail. So I feel pretty comfortable that that is a true statement, that we've correctly interpreted it.
Okay. And then, Alex, this is a question for you. we have discussed this very much, but the reality is that we have been operating a dog beach that is not compliant with the Americans with Disability Act. Are we up against any deadline for complying with the ADA?
Yes, it's my understanding that we are. So generally, there's a kind of in-between period where the federal government allows a 3-year period for local government and municipalities to come into compliance with the ADA on new buildings. It's my understanding we're coming up on that this October.
Okay, so in terms of whatever we decide and its effect on the timeline, is that decided by when we start construction or when we complete construction?
It's supposed to be completed.
Okay, but none of the proposed timelines would meet that requirement, if I'm understanding correctly? Right, if October is when we're at 3 years and we're looking at a mid-December completion anyway, do we have any concerns about what potential penalties we could face for that?
Yes. I definitely have concerns, but I think a good faith effort, for 2 months out from completion, it's better than if we're 6 months or a year out from completion.
Okay, and I assume there's a formal process for the federal government making that call. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to figure out what we need to really know.
We've not previously dealt with that process, but my understanding is that a complaint could be filed with the federal government alleging that, the ADA access is not there, and then they would look into it and assess the situation.
Okay, and is the penalty generally monetary, or do you know what types of penalties we could be facing?
I'm not sure. I can look into it, but I imagine it's monetary.
Okay, thank you.
And there could also be civil action taken.
Okay, I appreciate it, and thank you for the clarification, Laura.
Councilmember Hedkaris.
So, in looking at all our options here, I personally agree with Mr. Monroe, who came here. I'm pretty uncomfortable in value engineering ADA access. I think it potentially has really bad optics. I think we don't have a perfect system for doing these bids, right? We give a very narrow scope, and in looking back, I think if we would have had a little bit more open suggestion for staff about the possibilities, like moving the parking spots, I think we would be in a much better spot now than we are. But I personally still think I would go for moving the spots closer. I think whichever option, limits that. While I do appreciate the potential second opinion from Cam Davis, I'm very much against going away from our procurement process. Even though, we know a guy, this is kind of falls in the category. It's like, I know a guy, all of us up here know him too, but I think we'd at least, if we go down that route for a second opinion, I think we'd have to open it up for other bids, because we don't, just because, he's someone that people know, that doesn't mean that there's not another engineering firm that would have a better proposal. So I'm still, I think Councilmember Suffredin brought up a good point about timing of this. If people really want a second opinion, I would say we'd have to get 3 quotes, even if we are underneath the $25K price range.
Okay, at this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. Don't worry, there are a number of people requesting to speak for a second time. We begin with Councilmember Nusma with 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Cam. I think we all know Cam. We all like Cam. Never worked with him professionally. Presumably GEI Group would do a fine job, but I don't think they'd be giving us a second opinion. I think they'd be giving us a third or fourth or fifth opinion if you count the number of highly qualified individuals that have been involved in the process so far. And I think this is a case of not liking the answer we're getting, which is totally fine. And the answer we're getting is that this is going to cost a lot of money. But the appropriate response to that is not keep asking somebody until we get the answer we want, because that's likely not going to happen. And meanwhile, every week, month of delay, costs are going to continue to go up. We have no certainty that at some future theoretical design would be significantly cheaper than what's on the table now. And meanwhile, the risk of delay, in addition to the financial, inflation of the construction costs, is potential litigation on ADA grounds, and we're coming up against potential fine from the federal government. So I'm in favor of moving forward. I don't think the second or third or fourth opinion is going to really change the context of this conversation. That's all for now.
Continuing with second opportunities, Councilmember Kelly with 1:40 left.
Thank you. So really, we've had one firm, right? And I did ask to see what the written instructions were to the work order to make this, and there weren't any, which is a concern. We're mostly about here appropriate ADA access, the closest, inclusive, and with parking is nearby. And that's what needs to be looked at. For 2 months later, but now we have ADA access that far better suits our mobility challenged community and our dog beach users and our environmentalists who don't want to see the path through the dunes that are breaking. In fact, most of the cost is just about winding that path, whether it's near the breakwater to the north or far, and then cutting through the wall. That's where the whole decline starts, and then building a revetment wall on the beach. All of that, the issue is all of those proposals are super expensive and far more involved than what others have suggested. We have not yet had the simple proposal brought to us by experts, and that's what we're asking for, is a second opinion that does present a simple proposal that's hopefully will be far more appropriate for mobility challenged people and their dogs, as well as saving the city a lot of money. So that's what we need to see. Thank you.
One of the reasons why the pathway winds across the dunes is because it makes up half the distance, the vertical distance that you need to get down to the sand level than if you utilize the location of our current entrance and go directly. And so it minimizes the footprint of the ramp that is built on the dog beach. That has a couple of advantages. One of them is the dog beach varies quite a bit in size, and so we would like to not impact the actual footprint of the dog beach more than we have to. But also because whatever's on the dog beach has to be protected from wave action and storms, much more so than what's on the adjacent dunes that have not in recent history seen any wave action. You end up having to spend quite a lot of money on rock revetment for anything that's on the dog beach. So that's why we're utilizing the adjacent dune. It's not in order to meet some obscure goal. Originally, when we were first looking at putting the direct pathway on the dog beach, it was substantially more expensive than winding across the dune. And so that's why we're utilizing that adjacent space.
If I could just respond. I mean, both of the original proposals are very, very long and involved. I think they were none of them, most of the mobility challenged folks that we met with and the dog beach users, it flew in the face of what would really need to be a 40 to 60 foot ramp that is not running across the beach. So what you're doing here is running a very long 75 foot ramp from the breakwater, destabilizing the breakwater too, to run this ramp and then put a wall on the beach. So none of that may be necessary. And that's what we all need to have an option to see. If we can have a closer, a shorter, a more direct, inclusive ramp with parking right across the way, simply done for a lot less, and that would be far more suitable for mobility challenged people and, inclusive. So again, I second that. I think absolutely we should see that and have that option to spend less money and do this more appropriately. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Wynn.
I think we need to adopt an ordinance that provides some type of criteria or guidelines for when people can say something is urgent, because we toss that around, and this is going to come up again. I'm saying this now because it applies to this issue, but it's going to apply to another issue. It's not consistent at all. I mean, we throw that around, if it benefits us and if we're making the referral and it's something that we want to, individually want to see passed, something is incredibly urgent, can't be delayed, the sky's going to fall, right? And when we don't support something, then that's when everybody is saying, well, we need to slow down. And I think what I'm looking for in doing this job is consistency. I think it would benefit all of us if we could figure out how do we take our fatigue sometimes or our biases, whatever it is, out of the process sometimes, and just know exactly how we can get to where we're trying to get with this item, which is the best cost, right? And the best application for this site. That's all I want. And it's frustrating because, again, there's all these other things that come into play that I think make it difficult for somebody up here to really be able to understand how can we get the best cost and how can we get the best ramp in this case, to be ADA compliant and to serve the needs of the community. So that's one thought. Also, I think, and this also, this kind of dovetail on this nicely, but also it seems like sometimes we have fatigue over issues. We are elected officials. Like we can't get fatigued on issues. Like, we're the ones that are responsible to sit up here and to make sure that we interrogate every item to make sure, again, we're getting the best cost, best application. That's our responsibility. So if we're getting fatigued, then what do we think? Like, the community's looking at us like, well, you're the ones that we elected to do this work. So just some general comments about this it's something that I think we need to remove from our body language, remove from our discussion. This is a job, in my opinion. In terms of, again, it's tough on this one because I feel like staff has done everything we've asked them to do at this point. They've brought, as far as I can tell, the parking location has been moved closer. Mm-hmm. And there's been some other modifications as well. So it seems like we have what we've asked for, but now, Cam is and his firm is introduced to the situation, which complicates things. Because ultimately, if I knew today, by spending the $14,000, that we could lower the costs and get, and get something that better fit, it's an easy decision. We've been here before, Councilmember Kelly, with the cracked concrete and Robert Crown. We bet on that, didn't get that one, and so this is, to me, it's like another one of those where it's like, if we spend $14,000 and they come back and give us second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth opinion, Councilmember Newsom, to your point, will we, ultimately, will they come back and say, yep, we can do this for a lot less? I don't know. And it's partly because the way we do this is not, and I'm going to be thinking really carefully about how can we change our procurement process where it's a lot more consistent and it's easier for us to, there's built-in opportunities where this type of interrogation can happen, and probably best if it happens not at council, right? It's something that should be maybe at committee, but there's got to be a better way to do this. I just wanted to add some general thoughts. I really don't know where I'm at on this issue, but I just wanted to put that out there with respect. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do know where I am on this. I agree with Councilmember Newsma in terms of his preferences. I like where the parking has been moved to. And his comments about value engineering. I can't remember all of the details now. I'm looking at the map. I also share Councilmember Harakaris's extreme discomfort with our what sounds to me like abandoning our procurement policy. I don't think it's necessary to, and I know Cam Davis is a third ward resident. I don't think that we're going to get a very different answer on this, and I think that we have delayed this for a long time. Councilmember Burns, I am a little fatigued by this. I think the mobility challenge community deserves to be able to have access to our dog beach this year. If this gets pushed back much further. We don't pour concrete in December and January, do we? No. So this is going to get moved into next summer of 26. And then that makes us vulnerable to some type of lawsuit. So I'm prepared to vote tonight on the options that you've described and to move forward and get this done this year. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I have many of the same concerns, and I am worried about a lawsuit, but my concern is that our constituents keep coming in front of us saying they need this service, they need this beach. That's what's important, and if we do the right things, we don't have to worry about lawsuits. So I want us to do everything we do well. And I agree with Councilmember Burns. I always feel like we're just in a paddock. I want to do things right and appropriately. I come from a construction background. You've heard me say it time and time again. You measure twice, you cut once. Because once you've made that cut, it's too late unless you have expendable materials. So I want us to do this right. We had a gentleman come in today and say, we've been waiting. We've got to get that done. We could talk about this another 10 years and be in the same place. I just really want us to do what is appropriate and what our residents are asking for. That is this beach. I do worry about, because I liked the winding road. I said, oh, that's cute. But I don't have mobility issues. So that was outside of my wheelhouse and my scope. So I want to make sure we get people where they need to be quickly, not in a cute way, but a quick and safe way. And so if that's what this new proposal has cut down on that, and it is safe and appropriate, then I can back that so that we can get this moving and that everybody can enjoy what they say on Instagram, the hot girl summer and the hot boy summer. Let's get our ADA people to enjoy the hot summer with their pets. You're not going to do the hot boy summer, Mayor? Hot dogs? Well, the dog has to have somebody with it. So, hot people summer. Let's get our people to the beach, please. Thank you.
We're
tired. We got to laugh about something, right?
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time. Councilman Reed, your time is up, so if you could be
If I may have 1 minute, and I just want to make sure my motion is still on the floor. Is that correct? Okay, and I'll start now. One, I don't know Cam Davis. If Cam Davis was sitting in this room, I don't think I'd be able to point him out, unfortunately. And he's one of my elected officials. I want to be clear on one thing, because we keep hearing this, we've had 3, 4, 5 opinions. That's what Councilmember Newsom said. I just want to be clear. Have we had opinions from anyone other than Smith Group?
We had a high-level conversation with our consultant.
But just to be clear, like proposals that have been turned in have only been turned in by Smith Group.
No, John McGovern from WG Group also turned in a proposal, which we did not accept.
About engineering, like he turned in a whole new design. Okay.
Well, he turned in a proposal to spend 50 hours value engineering.
So we didn't get an actual, he didn't do the value engineering.
No.
So we haven't seen another. So really, we haven't had a second or third or fourth or fifth opinion. We've only had one, and maybe we've had multiple from the same group. But if I needed a second opinion from a doctor, I'm not going to keep going to the same doctor to get my second opinion. And so I do think it's still worth the second opinion. This clearly does not violate any of our procurement rules, because there is no law that this council has passed. Just remind us that the city manager works for us, not the other way around. The city manager doesn't make rules for council. If we want to create procurement rules that apply to council, then this body needs to do that. And again, this isn't value engineering. If we're able to save $200,000, $300,000, $100,000, $50,000, if we're able to save that, that means more money that we can invest back into making other buildings more ADA accessible, or doing other things that are good for the ADA community. So saving money, we have a limited amount of money. It's important that we use it efficiently. And just before I close here,
you're coming up on 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to close here. This building that we're currently in, I think I've heard you in the past say that this building is not fully ADA compliant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so, and this building's been operating for far more than 3 years. So even now, the place that we're sitting in exposes us to the threat that we're worried about the dog beach. And just, I'll close here. Sorry, I kind of lied this first time. The dog beach has been
the
open.
second time.
The dog beach has been open for how long?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. So the council, so I guess it's been longer than I thought. And I would just encourage us to take the time to look at the second proposal, the true second proposal, see if we can save some money and, go further with our limited tax dollars, both to support our ADA community and the community at large. Thank you.
Councilor Ruggie?
Thank you, Mayor Biss. I just wanted to make a clarifying point for everyone. The federal government will not consider cost as a valid defense as to why the city did not comply with the ADA. So to be clear, the day something new opens, it has to be ADA compliant, but there's that interim period of 3 years that they allow for the city to get ADA compliant. This building, I don't like using this term, but it's technically what they call grandfathered into compliance. So if we did major renovation on this building, it would have to be ADA compliant. But as we sit here today, even though it's not fully ADA compliant, it's not in violation of law. It's an exception.
So just a point of order on that. So we're saying that even the 3-year period that we're worried about, we're not exposed to liability on that because it's, what's another term for, because it's just legacy. Yeah, that's a good one. Because it's a legacy building. Is that correct?
Yes. This building's a legacy building, so we're not worried about it. The dog beach, when we reopened it, lost that.
Oh, it lost the legacy.
The dog beach, yeah. It lost it when it was reopened by the city.
Okay.
All right. So the motion before us, just to recap, is to authorize the city manager to enter into this contract up to $15,000, notwithstanding the procurement manual that was made by Councilmember Reed, I believe, and seconded by Councilmember Kelly, I believe. Would the clerk please take the roll on that motion?
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Next. No. Yes.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Harakaris?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries. I just want to urge a tremendous amount of caution from the folks up here. This is an awkward conversation for the exact reason that the procurement manual says what it says. Cam Davis is a friend of mine. He's somebody I personally have a lot of respect for. I think for elected officials to make direct instructions on specific procurement decisions relative to people who we have relationships with is really dicey. And so I just urge extreme caution. One person up here mentioned earlier, well, the procurement manual was not passed by council, which seems to be correct. It applies to the procurement process, not to council, correct. If we were to choose to try to impose procurement restrictions on ourselves, we could do that. Well, we don't do procurement. And there's a good reason for that. And again, Cam Davis is somebody I have a ton of respect for. It's not an ethical concern about him. It's a question about, should procurement be run by elected officials directing contracts to people we know, or should there be a neutral, transparent process? And I would just urge us to be real careful. Councilmember Reed, followed by Kelly.
Thank you. So now we're on to the main. I would like to see this discussion come back as soon as possible. So if, I would like to move to table this, which can be done with a special order of business. Is that correct? I'm losing my step a bit.
It's just discussion.
I know it, but I want to see this discussion come back as soon as possible, right after we get.
I mean, there was just a vote for the city manager to go enter into a contract. I presume then that work needs to get done and then brought back to the council. I would certainly hope that gets done as quickly as possible, but does doing that as quickly as possible require a motion?
Sure. Well, then, I mean, I guess as mayor, if you can just.
Y'all just directed staff to do something. I would say staff, do it as fast as you can. Because the clock is ticking. Councilmember Kelly?
I'm sorry, no comment. But I think we are, well, quick comment. We're working on the procurement and bidding process with the responsible bidders ordinance. So hopefully all of that in the near future will be cleaned up and tightened up.
Okay. That concludes the special orders of business. Councilmember Harris, do you have a motion relative to item A17?
I move for resolution R1625, authorizing the city manager to enter into a single source contract with Monroe, am I saying that correct? For comprehensive plan services in the amount not to exceed $40,000.
Second.
Councilmember Harris moves approval of resolution 16-R-25. Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Sefferden.
Yeah, I had a series of questions I submitted to staff, but I guess the overarching one is why a single source contract? Why L'Oreal? If someone could just explain exactly why we're doing this and doing it this way.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Allison Leifsinger, Policy and Intergovernmental Affairs Manager. L'Oreal was a subcontractor of HDR. They have done some great work for us. They know the project really well. So instead of starting from scratch, we'd like to continue working with them.
Okay. And are we choosing them because of the March deadline that council agreed to, or is it because their work is exemplary?
It's a little bit of both. We're going to need to enter into a contract with one of the subcontractors to get this job done. Yeah.
Okay. Do we anticipate additional subcontractor contracts being before us before the March deadline?
I don't anticipate, but I can't promise, but I really don't anticipate any, and I can't think of any that we would.
Okay. So the duration of this is 1 year. Is that just standard contract language, or is there an anticipation that we may need their services beyond March, and this procurement would cover that?
Well, what's attached in the packet is a potential scope, not a contract, so we can make it say whatever we want, but I believe it's just standard for the comprehensive plan. If we can stick to the timeline, we certainly wouldn't need to work with L'Oreal for longer than that for the comp plan.
Okay. I think that the feedback that's been received from members of the public at our meetings and at Land Use Commission demonstrate that there's greater dissatisfaction with the quality of this product than can be remedied just by this contract, and I urge a no vote.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
Just to reiterate, I think there's been a lot of dissatisfaction with the work, and I think L'Oreal did a lot of the outreach, correct? Is that right?
L'Oreal implemented HDR's outreach plan. That's correct.
Right. And that's, I mean, we didn't have the analysis or the, of all the.
Yeah, that's all HDR's responsibility.
So, right. So I would agree not to renew this.
Councilmember Burns.
I want to talk a little bit of single source. We usually don't single source, right? I don't know who can speak on that. Do we know what percentage of contracts we single source?
We usually have about 1 or 2 at least on every agenda.
Okay. It's because I think that last segment might have thrown people off a bit. I mean, you see, and I love that this was the next item, that now we're looking at a single source contract, which means that, although we don't do this often, it can play a role. And I think the reason why single source plays a role sometimes, just like here, is if you know somebody performs good work, you want to go with them, right? You want to do what you can to get the city working with the consultant that's going to do a good job for you. You hope that that's what we get. That you hope that's what comes out of a procurement process. Doesn't always happen, right? That's why we've been talking about this today, is that we're considering, we're considering moving away from a relationship with the general contractor, but we like the work of the sub, and so we're being asked today to determine whether or not we want to continue that relationship. So single source has its place. Like the last thing we just did, again, sometimes that information is going to come from staff. Sometimes that awareness of the quality of work will come from staff. Sometimes that awareness may come from council. But all we're trying to do is match up people who do a good job with work that we have at the city. In many cases, that looks like a normal bid, traditional procurement process, and other times it's single source. So again, I just want to explain that for those who don't necessarily deal in these types of contracts on a daily basis. This is something that's common. It's not something that is applied in every single situation, but it has its purposes. So 40,000, Muriel, is this something that what's the, going back to that urgency thing, why do we have to approve this tonight? I know we have a discussion, I think, in executive session that could help us better consider this particular item. So why approve it before we have that executive session discussion?
Last meeting, council set forth a timeline for us, and staff's trying to meet that timeline.
That's a good answer. That's all I have. Thank you.
Can I just speak really quickly on the single source? So I am not a procurement expert. My understanding is that sole source contracts happen when nobody else can provide that service or that piece. Single source is when there's a very specific reason why you would choose them, like they're familiar with the project, or they do this service on all our other buildings, or something like that. Not necessarily, and please correct me, Corp Counsel, if I'm wrong, but single source isn't like we like what they do. It has to be a very specific reason. And this is for Moriali. It's because they're familiar with the project and they've been working on it, and it would shorten the amount of time and money to use them instead of to go out and bid again.
Yeah. And just as a quick response to that, I think the point I was trying to make is if they didn't do good work, we still wouldn't recommend single source.
That's right.
And so I think
correct.
Really the foundation of the decision is that we like the work that they perform, and we want them to continue to work with the city. And I think there's other times where that may be the case as well. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Ravel.
I flipped my light on before the last question was asked and the answer was provided. So I think I'll just reiterate, I'm supportive of this contract. I think it's clear that well, actually, let me first ask, we have the chair of the Land Use Commission here. Would you provide some feedback here? Do you think that it's makes sense for us to enter into this single source, sole source, single source?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you. I will just say I made my argument at the last meeting, and I don't know that there's anything I have to add beyond that. I have not worked directly with any of the contractors, nor has any of the Land Use Commission. So I don't know that we have anything to bring for additional input into this.
Thank you. I was hoping that was going to be a bit more helpful. But I think maybe I can have staff. What is the work product that we've seen from Moriali that leads us to this conclusion? Because we heard from there are clearly some folks who feel like the outreach wasn't sufficient. So why do we think that it makes sense to work with these folks?
Sure. So again, the outreach was designed by HDR, not Moriali. So the products that we've been happy with, they've done some fact sheets for us. They've talked to us about potential outreach strategies in the future that we've been interested in and excited about. They've staffed some meetings for us. They've done some graphics for us. And every time they've just been really strategic and helpful and pleasant to work with. And I wish that we would have been able to work with them more from the onset.
And just maybe as a learning, why didn't we get the opportunity to work with them more from the onset? Why did HDR get this contract versus a group like Moriali?
I don't believe that Moriali responded. It as the overall contractor, I'm not sure how they were picked by HDR as a subcontractor either. I don't know if staff knows how that worked, but I don't think they responded to the RFP to be the main contractor.
Okay, well, I'll close with this. I think this is just maybe we need a committee or that's just looking at our procurement process because it seems as though something we're doing isn't getting the message out to the right people. And it's clear that there is some improvement both that we can make on policy that as it relates to how council members and staff interact with contractors and with how we get the word out to contractors. But overall, I support this. I think staff has made a clear argument for why we should move forward with this. Clearly, we set out a timeline. I voted for that timeline at the last meeting, and I think it would be irresponsible, particularly for anyone who voted for us, to have the timeline that we set on the Land Use Commission. I think it'd be irresponsible for us to not provide staff with the resources they are requesting to meet that timeline. So I encourage a yes vote for those reasons. Thank you.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Harris, followed by Hedekaris.
Well, I'd just like to respond to Councilmember Burns' question about, whether we need to vote on that right now or wait a little while. The bullet number 1 under the scope of services is content development and support with data mining, assistance in writing chapters, et cetera, because the Land Use Commission has asked for quite a bit of additional material to go into the comprehensive plan, and the clock is ticking on our deadline. So I really do think that our staff, very hardworking staff, needs some extra assistance with that piece in particular. And I think, I'm taking the word exemplary at face value, that the work that the Moriali's been providing thus far has been very helpful, and so they sound like they can do the right job for our staff.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Hedekaris.
I'm in support of this. We just voted on the contract. I can't speak to this person. I don't know the person providing us rendering, but our staff is telling us that this group is working with us, that they've provided information that is needed. So I am trusting and believing that staff who told us the other organization and company wasn't so good at what they were doing. So I'm going to trust and believe the staff, and I think we move forward on this vote.
Councilmember Hedekaris.
Yeah, I'll just share that I, had met with staff and a constituent who works in the field of zoning rewrites and comprehensive plans, and in discussing kind of our current state, staff was really complimentary about certain subcontractors, and so this, we'll definitely go with their opinion on this. That the Morale Group does good work and would really help us out.
Sorry. Okay. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time. Councilmember Suffredin with 4 minutes left.
Allison, can you clarify, is this new work and new money, or is this money that was contemplated as part of the HDR contract and work that was contemplated as part of the HDR contract?
This is existing work, but currently new money.
Okay, so this is $40,000 outside of the $750,000 minus whatever.
Whatever we haven't paid HDR yet.
Okay. And so the Land Use Commission hasn't talked to them. I don't think anyone on council has talked to them. Who are they interacting with on staff?
Me, planner Liz Williams, our, I don't know your title, Ori. Senior housing planner, Ori Pachter. What's Megan's title? What is it? Neighborhood and land use planner, Megan Jones. Mostly the four of us at this point. If we move into this contract, they'll be working with some additional senior staff as well.
Okay, so the assessment that their work is exemplary is based on your experience working?
Yeah, the four of us, I'd say. Yeah.
Got it. Well, again, I think anybody who did vote for the timeline probably is obligated to vote for this, but I'd just remind everybody that the initial contract with HDR was also based on the recommendation of the same staff.
I actually don't know if that's true.
Who did the scoring?
I'm not sure. Not Uri, not me. I'm not sure about Liz. I don't think Liz.
Sorry, I should clarify. Not the same individual staff members,
see.
the same staff.
Just like same.
Staff
Sure.
under control of the city manager.
Got it.
We can look at the memo. I know that at least one person who was involved in the scoring is no longer with the city. But it's a matter of record in the memo. The HDR scoring and contract suggestion was made by staff under the direction of the city manager.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. We go to Councilmember Reed with 240. Okay. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for the first time. We go back to Councilmember Burns with 2.5 minutes left.
I know we probably don't do this going back to fatigue, but I'm pretty sure we can go into executive session, let's say right now, discuss the matter that I think has a lot of relationship to what we're being considering now, and then come back out and vote on this. Again, I know because of maybe fatigue and God knows what else, we won't do that, but I just want to put that out publicly because, again, we're discussing something. We're having a discussion in executive session about something I think would really help us to consider this particular item, and we can do that. So even if we don't do it today, let's use all the things that this council can do to just set ourselves up to have more effective discussions around these items. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin. No. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Harakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
With 7 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and Resolution 16-R-25 is adopted. Now on item A19, my understanding, Councilmember Nusma, you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item A19, which is ordinance 1025, the Healthy Buildings Ordinance, amending City Code Section 4-22, Building and Energy Water Use Benchmarking to incorporate building performance standards and creating Section 2-21.
Second.
Councilmember Nusma moves adoption of ordinance 1-0-25. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Oh, shucks. I wasn't. Councilmember Nusma, I'll let you go first, please.
Would you like to go first, Councilmember Nusma?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Nusma, followed by Reed.
I would. Thank you. Bottom line for me is I'm going to support moving this forward this evening. I made a strong case for it last time. I'm going to try not to reiterate that case. But very briefly, this is the next step in our ongoing journey on climate action. This is something we have been lining ourselves up for 20 years, and certainly something the previous council set us on the path for when they approved the CARP goal of zero carbon by 2050. We are not at the bleeding edge of building performance standards here in Evanston. We are building on the experience of New York City that has been doing this since 2019, Washington, D.C. since 2018, St. Louis several years ago, and entire states are following similar legislation. I want to point out that flexibility and collaboration, which is really, really so important here because we are asking for some significant changes, are built into the structure of this plan. The conversation that stakeholders are asking for to, hey, let us be a part of the conversation. Let us help you figure out what those rules should be to hold them accountable to. those discussions are built into the structure of this ordinance. This ordinance requires the formation of a technical committee and a community advisory committee. Those are the forums where these discussions will be had so that we can collaboratively and with an eye towards economic feasibility, technical feasibility, and equity, work out solutions and develop rules that make sense for every building in Evanston. Every building is not going to be the same. That's okay. Building codes treat different buildings differently. Energy codes treat different buildings differently. Our benchmarking ordinance and the platform that's built on treats different buildings differently. So the discussion that stakeholders are asking for before passing this, I would gently remind everybody, let's pass this first, and then that sets the stage that obligates us to have that discussion. And I think it's important that we pass this ordinance first because it plants the flag in saying zero carbon is what we are shooting for. That's in compliance with our climate action plan, the CART plan. It's in compliance with this council's declaration of a climate emergency. It's what we have to do in the world of 2025 and by the world of 2050 if we are not going to have the entire West Coast burned down or storms ravage our entire country. Climate change is here, it's real, and we have to do something about it. The sad reality is that work is not going to happen at the federal level, at least for the next 4 years. It underscores even more so the importance, and I'm going to say, Councilmember Burns, the urgency of doing that work here locally. And by passing this ordinance tonight, it allows us to continue doing this work. And I am going to urge passage of this ordinance tonight. There is some language that I'm going to propose that kind of solidifies and tweaks this ordinance as a response to some concerns that stakeholders have brought forward. And I'm going to close. I'll hold off on making that motion at the moment, but I do want to acknowledge that we have a lot of work to do. Once this ordinance is passed, that's when the real work begins. The stakeholder engagements, the stakeholder conversations, the rulemaking process, that is where we are going to accommodate the needs of the various building owners in Evanston. Because this is difficult, this is hard, but it is not a moonshot. This is something that has been done, and as experts who live in this community and have been a part of this process have pointed out tonight, these are realistic and these are achievable, and that's some of the work we have to do as a council and as community stakeholders and community advocates, is to share the message that what we are asking is realistic and is feasible and is not going to be the end of the world, because this is something we have to do. And as we move forward with this, a lot of the work that is going to be on the city is going to be providing the assistance to these building owners to direct them in the right direction, to help with the financial burden by helping them apply for grants, advising them on the latest technology, advising on different financial mechanisms like CPACE, community property assessed, commercial property assessed clean energy. There's a variety of tools that are going to help us get there. The city is going to have a role in helping folks steer folks towards the right tools. So I am going to urge supporting this ordinance tonight, moving forward tonight. I do have an amendment that comes out of extensive conversations over the weekend with Mayor Biss, with Kara Pratt, our sustainability coordinator, with Alex Ruggie, our corporation counsel, with outside counsel and advisors who are deeply familiar with building performance standards around the country. That tighten this ordinance up, address some of the concerns, and I am ready to move forward tonight and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Councilmember.
May I have a point of order or point of information before my time starts? It's a very critical point of information. My understanding is that there, and I'm looking at it directly here, there is a executive order from President Trump today, and not too long ago, that reads, if I can just for 30 seconds read here, that financial assistance should be dedicated to advancing the administration's priorities, focusing taxpayer dollars to advance, again, his words, a stronger, safer America, eliminating the financial burden of inflation for citizens, unleashing American energy and manufacturing, ending wokeness and the weaponization of government, promoting efficiency in government, and making America healthy again. The use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies is a waste of taxpayer dollars and does not improve the day-to-day lives of those we serve. This memorandum requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs supporting individuals. There's a cliff note that says it's specifically not financial assistance programs for individuals, but supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. I am very concerned as a result of that. I think that this would be seen as woke and Green New Deal. And so I'm concerned about the $10.4 million grant that is critical to this discussion. So I just wanted that point of information. And if I may now begin my time.
I mean, could we maybe get a response from staff, either about the current status of that grant and what protections exist for it, but also perhaps a review of the legal landscape, including lessons learned from the previous Trump administration when this very type of issue struck this very community?
Good evening. My name is Kara Pratt. I'm the city's Sustainability and Resilience Manager. We have not heard from the Department of Energy on the status of our grant. We have a signed conditional award that's a part of the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. Our understanding is that it is illegal to withhold funds due to a term called impoundment, and that all presidents that have tried to withhold funds in executive orders like this from money that was already awarded by Congress have failed. And so we are confident that our grant award will be delayed by at least 90 days, but I'm more confident that the laws of this nation will fall in favor of this grant and the efforts that have been awarded already.
Is there anything from the legal team to add to that? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. I am impressed by your confidence because I'm looking at the Supreme Court that we have now, and it wasn't in place the first time we tried it. So I have a few questions here. I'm going to start with, I'm curious, does the policy let me start with this. I support the goals here. I think that, if I could, like the president be dictator on day one, I would say that we would do this stuff all across the nation. But because it's clear that this is what we need to do for our planet. This is clear that we need to do this for public health broadly. But also Evanston lives within the confines. We don't have the ability to print money here, unlike the federal government. And we are going to need federal assistance to make all of this happen. I first want to ask about CARP. What does our CARP plan say on net zero, or not net zero, but absolute zero versus net zero? Is my time paused? Oh, okay.
There's been information circulating in our community that the Healthy Buildings Ordinance goes above and beyond CARP. This is not accurate. If you want to have a conversation about the differences between net zero, carbon neutral, zero emissions, then I think I would welcome you all to sit in the graduate level courses that are required to have an expertise in that type of difference. And I think that you, as City Council, have hired expert staff to provide legislation that aligns with the goals that you've asked us for. I've been at this dais before, heard consensus against offsets. I've heard you, Councilmember Reed, speak really strongly in opposition to offsets. And I'll get into the science a little.
I just want to be clear. My question was, does this proposal go beyond CARP?
No. The Healthy Buildings Ordinance aligns with the 2024 Department of Energy definition of a zero emissions building. In 2018, CARP now has dated language around building emissions. That's a plan that's now 7 years old. The 2024 Department of Energy definition of zero emissions building is that they must be energy efficient, they must be free of on-site emissions from energy use, and they must be powered solely from clean energy. That second one, free of on-site emissions from energy use, is not exactly aligned with CARP because CARP says net zero and carbon neutral. The difference between zero on-site and net zero involves the use of carbon offsets. Again, everything I've heard from you all is that you're not supportive of carbon offsets. Carbon offsets are a tradable right to claim of carbon reductions. They're a mechanism that make it cheaper for entities to reach their emissions targets. However, this mechanism has been criticized for failing to reduce emissions, overselling claims, and harming local communities and indigenous people where offset projects are located. So again, it's not a simple answer, and it does require a whole lot of nuanced conversation that we would have with the rulemaking body. We would have in public. I would love to have a conversation about the differences between net zero and zero emissions and carbon neutral with the folks who've booed me in the back. I would love that conversation. Let's have it.
Can I ask for a 5-minute recess, or? Because I have questions and I just feel like, can we do a 5-minute recess or something?
Can you just explain the reason for the request?
I'd prefer not to. Yeah, I think, don't let me say that.
Folks comfortable with the request for a recess? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 9:15 p.m. The City Council will come back to order. So I want to apologize. I messed something up here. It's totally on me. The city manager had some comments to read at the top of the discussion, and I just saw lights and zoomed right in. So with apologies for that, I want to begin where we should have with the city manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for a moment. We've been in receipt of recent correspondence, including a letter that we received today. I just want to share some prepared remarks that I have in response to that. We were surprised about a joint letter that was received this afternoon. We have responses to some of the issues that were raised in that letter. Also, we have heard from one or more institutions that did not agree to be named in the letter or were not unified internally on signing that letter. In other cases, we have met very recently with these institutions or officials and yet are learning about some of these concerns for the first time in this letter this afternoon. Staff has offered 43 open public engagement opportunities, met one-on-one with many additional entities, and offered to meet with anyone interested in learning more or giving feedback on the ordinance. This enabling ordinance aims to create public bodies and a rulemaking process to co-author the ordinance details with the authors of this letter and the community at large. With support from building performance standard experts, city staff have drafted ordinance language and an implementable building performance standards program that the federal government thought was strong enough to merit over $10 million of competitive funding. We realize that no one loves new regulations. The city is aware of these concerns and how challenging this work is. Because we recognize these concerns early, we were awarded grant funds to help address them in this ordinance's implementation. We're not alone in this work. Dozens of other cities and entire states are working on similar initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Luke. And I'll just, before we go back, I'll just say I've never seen anything like what I've seen in the last week or so in this community. Large, powerful organization engaging in an aggressive personal campaign attacking individual members of city staff with half-truths and misinformation. Not being willing to speak to me directly, perhaps because they're unable to defend their assertions. It's profoundly troubling and is really, really, I think, the opposite of how a policymaking process that's open and responsive to the whole community should be. And I would really hope that we could do better. So I just want to thank you, Kara, for your expertise and your diligence on this issue, for coming to us with an ordinance that's consistent with the city council's not only direction, but the city's priorities as voted on a variety of times. And I look forward to a productive and respectful discussion about how we can work together to achieve those priorities. Thank you again.
Point of order or point of information. I think this is critical for me as someone who's voting. What institutions are listed in that letter that didn't sign on to it?
My understanding is I think there's confusion at Three Crowns on whether or not they were supposed to be added to that letter. And I think there are other institutions that reached out that internally that there was disagreement internally whether or not to be on the letter.
Can you name them? You said you think, or they're...
My understanding is I think the school districts, there's some confusion within the school districts internally, but that's my understanding.
Okay. All right, that's helpful.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can kind of, where am I at as far as time?
A little over 3.5 minutes left.
I don't think I said more than 2 words. All right. So I kind of want to go back to where we left off because I don't really feel like I got a clear answer. So just, does this go beyond CARP? The answer is yes.
I apologize. Again, I think it's really nuanced to say whether it goes beyond or aligns with.
But just the plain language of CARP, which it goes beyond the plain language of CARP. Is that correct or incorrect?
It is correct that CARP does not specifically call for 0 on-site emissions in buildings. However, in order to...
That is the new standard that, in the last 7 years that we have come to understand.
Right.
Okay, so that's helpful. I'm curious, when we say that the cost of upgrading to all electric, getting rid of natural gas, it's more cost effective in the long run, correct? It brings down costs for the user. I heard someone at public comment say that. Is that accurate?
Energy efficiency measures can save costs. It's true that electrification measures can be more expensive than relying on fossil fuels. I think we all can acknowledge that as the outcome of the situation that we're in now with climate change.
Okay. So the person in public comment was incorrect when they said that in the long run it's less expensive?
Can you provide
in the long run,
of who
upgrading
you're referring to and exactly?
Just, I guess the answer or the question is, in the long run, if you upgrade to electric, one of the arguments that I've heard is that it's more cost effective for let's say a renter. In the long term, it brings down their monthly cost. The gentleman who said that he was the eco developer at public comment. I don't know if he's here anymore. He's not.
I think the answer is that it really depends on the rates of utilities long into the future. But certainly there are situations where the outcome could be that it's less expensive. And with energy efficiency measures, we know that the outcome is that you'll save money.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm curious, under the Healthy Building Ordinance, what would the cost to the city be to meet compliance with this?
Good evening, members of the council, mayor, city manager. We have not run those cost specific yet. Part of the $10.4 million that we're hoping to receive from the Department of Energy would help us identify those costs. However, there are some projects underway already where we're moving towards those goals. So we don't have a firm number right now of what that would cost the city. So that is something that we would work with council on as we move forward over the next several years, looking at our capital improvements planning process, looking for grants that may be able to assist us on that. And then certainly when we get into putting assets to work, there may be some opportunities there to look at some financing.
Thank you. And so we don't even have a rough estimate. Are we talking $50 million, $100 million, $1 billion?
There were some
What's the
rough
range?
estimates that came out a while ago. I think it's questionable the accuracy on those. So I would say no, we don't really have a rough estimate, but it is going to be several tens of millions of dollars we would anticipate.
Potentially hundreds of millions.
I don't know that answer.
Okay,
but
so
yes.
yeah, we don't even have a rough estimate of the cost of the city, so I'm sure we don't have what the cost to folks in the community would be. You mentioned the Department of Energy grant for $10.4 million. So we have some, based on what was shared by legal, we believe that these funds are coming. Is it true, I've heard this both in public comment and said many times, that the conditions of the grant are that if we don't pass this ordinance, we're not getting the grant money?
That is how I understand it. So that was part of our application process, and it's part of the award. So the award of the $10.4 million is contingent upon this ordinance being passed.
Can you explain? I've never heard of that with a federal grant. Can you explain that further?
Can you help me explain that a little bit, Kara? I mean, I think that's just part of the grant agreement that we're signing with them. And I think it's unique, and yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen it as well. But
So every community that's receiving these funds has a version of the Healthy Building Ordinance.
yeah,
Can I just a little analogy here. If you think back to the way the Obama administration rolled out the Race to the Top grants, it's not so unheard of for the federal government to use grant application processes to incent policy change at the state and local level. It's a similar thing.
And so we don't get these funds until we pass a Healthy Building Ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay. And, I see someone.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah. So as a part of our DOE grant, there's different budget periods, and within each budget period, we have requirements on what the DOE is expecting us to accomplish in that period, so that they're able to give us an allotment of funds to accomplish things and show that we're making progress towards shared goals. The first budget period is approximately 1 year. Within that 1 year, we said that we would pass the Healthy Buildings Ordinance. And so that is one of our go, no go decision points for budget period 1.
Well, yeah, when is the year up?
That would be based on when the award starts.
And when do we expect the award to start?
It's unclear. Ideally, soon.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Reed, that goes back to the earlier question about us waiting on getting the final award. We have been noticed that we have the conditional award. We don't have a clear timeline for when they will come back to us and tell us.
So we have a conditional award, not the final award, which makes me a little concerned about the executive order that just happened, because I don't know what claim we have to something that's conditional. And my understanding is that Northwestern was a signatory of the grant. Is that correct? And so is Northwestern entitled to a portion of the funds?
Mayor, Councilmember Reed, I'll let Kara answer some of that, but yes, Northwestern University was a subrecipient of the $10.4 million.
Okay.
So my team has collaborated with Treenans and McCormick. So those are two academic entities within Northwestern to work on this building performance standards program for the last several months. So they provided a letter of support in April of this year, and also will help with researching the impacts of different interventions in buildings.
Okay, thank you. Starting to wrap up here, can you I just want to step way back again and ask, why are we passing this ordinance? Genuinely, I want to take that step back.
Well, first, I think because you asked us to.
Let me ask the sponsor then. Councilmember Nusma or Mayor Biss, whoever lead sponsors, why are we passing this ordinance?
This ordinance follows logically out of the CARP commitment to reduce our community's carbon footprint to 0 by 2050.
But we said CARP doesn't say that.
CARP says 0. It says 0 carbon by 2050. Again, let's not get into the nuance right now between zero, net zero, and carbon neutral. But I do want to acknowledge that the rulemaking process that we are setting up here will allow those conversations to happen. And there's nothing in this ordinance that says on an intermediate basis, some kind of net zero accommodations might be made. We are still shooting for zero carbon by 2050. The rulemaking process allows alternative compliance, which might include carbon offsets, which aren't great, but they might be the best we can do.
But that's not what the ordinance says.
Ordinance is silent on that. Ordinance kicks that discussion to the rulemaking process, which allows alternative compliance mechanisms to be considered.
Can I get clarity? Because, so Ms. Pratt, to your understanding, the ordinance, so then this ordinance does not require zero carbon emissions by 2050. Councilmember Nusma, is he correct that this ordinance does not require zero emissions?
The final performance standards have a metric for zero on-site emissions, but there's an alternative compliance pathway to not achieve that. So there's several different ways that a property manager could apply to not achieve those final performance metrics, and that's all codified in the draft ordinance.
The procedures to develop those rules are codified in the ordinance.
Correct. So think of it as like you shoot for the moon. So you're shooting for zero on-site emissions. It's a lot. It's hard. But then there's a pathway to land among the stars, so to speak. I know that's cheesy, but you have the ambitious goal. And then a pathway, it's too hard. So here's a different thing you could do that gets you really close. That's the ordinance.
Yeah, with that, I feel, I'll say this. But I still didn't really get an answer to the question of why we're passing this. I would imagine it's for the environmental reasons. That would be one reason. And then for public health. Am I wrong on that? That's how I would think about this ordinance. It's to protect our environment. It's to protect public health. Well, on the side of environment, without one, even if Evanston was zero carbon emissions, we live in a very big world. And without the federal government taking action on this, without state governments taking action on something that we don't even know the cost. We're saying that this could cost hundreds of millions of dollars just for the city to implement, let alone all of the entities outside of the city. And we know that, so hundreds of millions of dollars, what do we get out of that? Well, we get to reduce our carbon emissions, great. But what is the impact globally? Negligible if folks don't come along with us. And so this would be, and I'm all for signaling to the rest of the world, hey, we need to do this, and Evanston is doing this, but at what cost? And then there is the public health aspect. I'm curious, out of the 500 buildings that would be covered by this, what percentage of them are residential?
I'm going to have to take a guess.
I don't need you to guess. So, I mean, we don't even know what percentage of these would be residential?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the percentage.
Or a number. Is it 50 of them, 100, 200, 250?
It's probably close to 200.
Okay, so
I can get back to you in 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that time. I'm curious to understand how many of these units properties are residential, and then of that, what percentage of our overall residential makeup does this cover? Because the place that I live in and that many people in our town live in are much smaller than 20,000 square feet. And maybe we can verify this. And so also, not only does this would not impact the vast majority of our residential units, where I think that this ordinance from a public health standpoint would actually have the greatest impact, because we'd be removing the stoves and the other and the natural gas water heaters that cause on-site emissions, and particularly indoor emissions, which, is that correct? We're more concerned from a public health standpoint, the indoor emissions. Is that right? Or are we also concerned with
It's both.
both indoor and outdoor? Okay, so outdoor. So it was mentioned earlier in public comment that the largest polluting buildings in our community are mainly clustered in the 1st and 7th Ward. Is that accurate? So, go ahead. Right, I guess it's Northwestern. So is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and so are we seeing the 1st and 7th Ward aren't the words that I think of when I think of negative health outcomes. So are we seeing evidence that with this cluster of large buildings in the 1st and 7th Ward that we're seeing negative health outcomes as a result of the emissions from those buildings?
I'm not sure that I would advise to think about it exactly that way.
Please
It's
help me.
not that you can point exactly to this one thing that's causing you to have this health outcome that's negative.
Sure, you couldn't point to the one thing and say this is it, but certainly if we're saying that this thing is causing negative health outcomes, and we know that they're clustered in kind of the wealthiest part of our town, we would imagine that you'd see a higher rate of asthma or whatever negative health outcomes come from these emissions, right? That would logically.
Well, I think that for the case of the Northwestern campus, that the data around that is really difficult to track because you have a churn in and out of people.
For the people that live there, I mean, it's kind of integrated into the neighborhood.
I'm not sure exactly if you want me to talk about the negative impacts of climate change, or if you want me to say that I'm just not entirely sure what we're getting at. There's studies that we've cited in the memo about childhood exposure to methane gas indoors. That's science that's supported. Whether we've gone around and surveyed people on exactly that topic, has not happened in Evanston.
And that wasn't my question, but my question is to support. I just asked. The reason we're doing this, public health and for the health of the environment.
Mm-hmm.
We have a clear understanding, right? We're all logical people here. We know, and I know my time is likely coming to an end. We know that no matter what Evanston does, and I think we still need to do a lot, but that it's on the global scale not going to make a dent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also, but we still need to do things that push us forward, but we also have to weigh that against the cost to the community and the benefit that we get. And so the other side of it is the public health argument, that we'd be reducing those emissions in our community, and we'd be saving kids from having higher rates of asthma and other issues because of the emissions that come from gas heaters and stoves within their house. Correct? So that would be like an immediate impact on our community here now that would be tangible.
Right. For anyone listening, I would strongly advise to consider removing any sort of exposure to methane combustion indoors. I think there's science that supports that.
I totally agree with that. But we're also, the vast majority of residential units will not be impacted by this ordinance, and particularly the units that the majority of people in my ward live in, the 5th Ward, our lower income wards. They're not going to be impacted by this ordinance. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
So the communities that are most vulnerable to those negative health outcomes are the communities that are going to be least impacted by this ordinance. Directly impacted. I mean, I think that's a logical conclusion of this.
I just wanted to, this is Sarah Flax, wanted to point out that we have programs specifically to address small-scale housing, and the Healthy Homes program is one of those. We are working on those, and those are actually focused on our 2 lowest income and probably most vulnerable from a health standpoint. But the buildings are on such a different scale that we're working at it, but it isn't a part of this ordinance.
Okay. I'm going to close here with saying that I think I've been consistent. One, as Kara pointed out, I'm not a fan of renewable energy credits and the city using those to offset our emissions. I think we actually need to do the work of changing habits here. But I've also been consistent in, I've put forward a lot of bold policies that are going to, create disruptions for the business community and large institutions. And we have held items for less. The amount of information that's missing here, we don't have the cost to the city, let alone the cost to the community. We don't even have a rough number. We can't even say 50 million, 100 million, half a billion, 2 billion. We can't say anything. We don't, I don't know if I'm going to get the answer about the number of, out of the 500 or so unit or buildings within Evanston that are over 20,000 square feet. I'm not sure that I'm going to get the answer as to how many of them are residential, nor, how that plays out with the total number of residential units. There's a lot of rulemaking that is left to be done. I think that it makes sense for us to hold this and to get it right, because I want to get this right. And I fear that if we do not, that we will be setting ourselves up to just pat ourselves on the back and say, hey, we passed this big, bold thing. And then 5, 10 years from now, 15, maybe 20 years from now, a council undoes this ordinance because we didn't plan for it. We didn't amortize the cost that the city will need to make this happen. And we'll just end up right where folks are essentially requesting us to be today, which is we'll get 20 years down the line, Northwestern or whoever will not have complied with it, and we'll just let them purchase the renewable energy credits or the offsets. And what the hell did we do here today? Let's get this right now, pass a full ordinance so we have assurances that this can be done. I don't know why my colleagues down there aren't being consistent in what they've done in the past and what we're doing here. We should get this right so it is something that can stand up to the test of time. So 7 years from now, somebody's not looking back and, that language is outdated. That doesn't mean what the plain language means, because there's been an evolution. I think we need to take the time. I wish that it maybe been done with Carp, and maybe we would have had clearer guidelines with Carp on where we need to be. But as it stands today, I would move to table this for a period of, I don't want to say the full year that people are saying that we need to do the rulemaking process. I think 6 months makes sense to bring something back and to work to tighten this up, because I think this is far too loose. And even the prospects of Councilmember Newsom making amendments on the fly on the night that an ordinance is for action is just, we've said stuff against that so many times in the past. And we shouldn't be doing that tonight. So I move to table this for 6 months.
Councilmember Reed, we do have, oh, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt this.
Go ahead.
Well, is there a second to the motion?
I move to hold this to our next, I remove that, and I move to hold this to our next meeting.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Councilmember Reed moves to hold this. Councilmember Harris seconds. Help me here. A hold motion is not, well, there's nothing to talk about, actually, so there's nothing to talk about. Is there a motion to overturn the hold?
So move.
Is there a second to the motion to overturn the hold? All right, so is that debatable, Councilmember? Councilor Ruggie, sorry.
I believe that is debatable.
Okay. So Councilmember Reed moves to hold. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Newsom moves to
order. I just want to get clarity. Is that in fact debatable? A motion to overturn a hold.
It doesn't say. It's silent, so I believe it is debatable.
Okay. So Councilmember Reed moves to hold. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Nusma moves to overturn the hold. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. And now Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Harris, followed by Burns. On the motion to overturn the hold, although.
Thank you. I appreciate the passion of everybody involved in this, and I appreciate your expertise. I do have process concerns about amendments to something this big dropping the afternoon of the meeting. I do also think that it is problematic that we're relying on one letter, which the city manager has stated may or may not be completely indicative of the positions of some of the signatories. So I'd like to talk about that, particularly as it pertains to District 65 and District 202. I presume we can't compel them to do anything, but it would seem like it makes sense, since there's a discrepancy between what I'm saying this not in a way that I'm questioning the veracity of what you're saying, but there's clearly been discussions between the city and the school districts. But we received.
Can I interject here? Because I had a conversation I spoke with Dr. Campbell upon receipt of the letter. And I think it was clear to me from that discussion that there's more education that needs to happen, that there was a lot of enthusiasm for what we're trying to achieve here. And I think he was surprised to hear some of what I shared with him. And I think there's opportunity for us to have productive discussions where no one needs to point any fingers at anybody else, but where the outcome of those discussions may be illuminating about.
I'm not pointing fingers. What I'm saying.
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah,
I'm just
the platinum standard of this is the wish of District 202 or District 65 would be a vote by their boards, or a public discussion and a position taken by their superintendent, rather than having it be with staff. It needs to be clear what the positions of those two entities are, in my opinion. I think if we're going to rely on their support or opposition as a factor in making a decision, we need to follow whatever the appropriate process is for establishing what that is. I presume we could make a request of them to take this up at a meeting. I don't know what their meeting schedule is and how it nests with ours. And I think if we're going to talk about holding this, one of the pieces of information that would be useful is how long it would take them to make a legislative decision, taking a position which doesn't bind us to anything. We can disregard it or accept it. But if we're going to hold it, I don't think we should be holding things for the sake of holding them. We should be discussing what particular outcomes we would like, or what things we would like to be different than what is in front of us tonight. So on that specific piece, what I'm suggesting is that we get crystal clarity from those two districts. I suggest that the best way to assess that would be a vote by their school boards, or a definitive statement by their superintendent. I mean, a vote by the school boards is obviously the most democratic way, but a definitive, unambiguous statement from their superintendents on the position of the boards is what I think we need in order to make a correct assessment on what their position is. And then obviously there are other entities that will weigh in, but since we're talking about an elected body and a direct impact to our property tax bills, I think for the purpose of the school districts, a request that they take an affirmative vote stating a position is appropriate. And I don't know, like, if you get a quill and submit a letter, how that works. But I think if we're talking about the duration of a potential hold here, one of the key questions is how long would it take for them to be able to make that decision in an educated way?
Well, I would say a hold is for one meeting. But, you know, I think what you're saying makes an awful lot of sense. And so, presuming the motion to overturn the hold fails, we can get to work to try to get that guidance from them. And we get it in the next 2 weeks or we don't.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, we can talk about the distinctions between a hold and a table. What I think at a minimum we should come out of here with is a timetable for when we will make a decision on this, and a checklist of all the things that need to be different than what conditions are present tonight in order for us to make that decision. And so, again, I don't know. I know District 65 is meeting tonight. I don't know 202's schedule. I don't know what else they have. I mean, I read that District 65 has some other things on their plate, but I don't know what's a appropriate amount of time to give them to assess this and give us a position that is considered and of value in us making our decision. So I'm just throwing that out there as we discuss what might happen or what things we need to see before we make a final decision on this. And I have the other concerns about our imposition of mandates on ourselves, but we can handle that on our schedule. The one that I'm most concerned with are the 2 school districts and their independent governing bodies and their meeting schedule and their staff capacity and how long it would take for them to make an informed decision that would help us make an informed decision.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Burns.
Thank you. So there's a number of things I want to address, and I want to be careful, and I don't want to be careful. Yeah, I struggle when I'm not my authentic self. So, but I'm trying to be appropriate. So we know why we had to reset. And I think some inappropriate things happened that I don't agree with. And it's okay. It's okay. We make mistakes. But we've got to be our best self. And if you know and hear anything I say, respect is always important. This dais means nothing to me if I am not respected as Chrissy. Council member doesn't matter. I just picked that up in my after 52 years. But I'm going to be respected. I expect everybody up here to be respected. I fight hard for the staff to be respected, and staff would have to agree with that. If a single person said I did not stand up for them, they'd be wrong. So I think apologies are needed because slight disrespect, and I get it, we get emotional. I get it. You can't imagine when I go home and call my mom how I decompress. But we've got to do things proper and in order. And it's okay. I still like you, almost love you a lot. I understand this is your heart, this is your passion. I know you put a lot of work into this. But a council member asked questions that I think were respectful. And I felt he was somewhat disrespected in an open forum. If it was private, we wouldn't have this discussion. But it happened in an open forum. And I think we have to set the tone here. Whether anybody agrees with me or not, I don't care. That is where I stand as a Black woman. Respect is of utmost importance all the time, period. So we had to reset. We're going to reset. I hope that there's some discussions and some, whether it's atonement or not, whatever. I love your work, but I've also had concerns with what it does to the city. And in the beginning, I wasn't getting, everybody's like, yes, healthy building. I was like, this is a no-brainer. I really like referendums. You guys can't even imagine how hard this is to try to make the right decision up here. A referendum then gives it back to the 78,000 people who have an opinion. But we really try our best, I believe, to make the right decision for the city that we live in and pay taxes for. We don't take this lightly. We give of ourselves as our staff gives of themselves to write these proposals and these memos. We know that. We recognize that. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful by disagreeing. So I expect people to not be disrespectful and disagreeable just because we're disagreeing. We have different opinions, and how we see it and our life experiences make that a reality for all of us. How I grew up is different. We all grew up differently. So with all of that said, I've received now this past week a lot of calls, and a lot of it had to do with money. Real estate saying, I'm passing this cost on to my residents, period. We expect that. When eggs went up, McDonald's pancakes went up. I bought them every day, so I know they went up. We know it trickles down, it doesn't trickle up. So that is of concern to me, and I've said that many times before. Going green gives me pause. You're getting me in a better place, but it still gives me pause. It really does. I got calls from the school districts, if the school districts don't want to say who or what. But we know one of our school districts is in financial dire straits. And by doing this, I think we bankrupt them. What do we do about that? What do we do about our educational system that already has its problems? And they're looking at millions of dollars of cuts. And now they're laying off people. They're going to have to lay off more. We say that's in 2050, but you don't make your cuts in 2049. You make your cuts now. You start making your cuts now to be prepared. So I have pause. I think it's great. But I do have pause based off of the information that I've received from residents, from building owners, from institutions of higher education, from institutions, elementary, high school. And I want us to, I'll say it again, I think I said it earlier, measure twice and cut once. I feel like we rush through things and then it falls on us. And then everybody's mad at us. And everybody, oh, I'm not going to vote for you, or I'm voting for. Okay. We still want to do the right things. So by saying, let's slow down, I'm not saying stop. I'm not saying that we're not going to do it. Let's make sure we've taken everything into consideration before we make this decision. For me, it reminds me of the landscaping and the gas blowers. And people said, no, it's not the same. It's same as reparations. That's their choice. That's their story. We wanted to do right. And so we said, we're not going to do gas leaf blowers. But we didn't have enforcement. We didn't have all the things in place. And that's all I'm asking for. Let's have it in place before we say, this is what we're going to do or not. This is what it looks like. So if you break this, or if you need the extra credits, this isn't my forte, and I'm not going to take a class at Northwestern Graduate School. I'm not going to do it. No, in a second, yes, and I hope I know you do, because I know your heart. I know you as my resident. I don't just know you as a staff person. So believe me, when I get home, y'all can only imagine what I say. Elon Musk might know, but y'all won't know right now. So there's just a lot of uncertainty that regardless of anything else, I want to be clear, and I want to stand in front of people and say, yep, this is good legislation. This is what it is. We're going to bill you $1 million each day if you don't do it right, or we're going to bill you $10 a day, or we're going to allow for these credits. But to say, we'll do that over here, it just makes me nervous. It just makes me nervous. As a child that was a rule breaker. What are my penalties if I do that, Mom? And she'd be very clear. And then I'm had to make a decision. I just want us to be clear. So I will end with that. I think you want to get to the podium, and I yield my time to you.
Yeah, I really want to apologize about what I said earlier. I was, as you could see, getting very emotional, and I don't think I communicated the point of what I was trying to express, which is that the difference and the nuanced difference between carbon neutrality, net zero, and zero emissions is really, really complicated. I did not mean to make any sort of assumptions about any, like, the degree to which people need to be educated about things. I meant that this is really complicated, and I really want to have a conversation. So I apologize that what I said was hurtful, and I'm really sorry for that. Was not my intention.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember.
Shared it with her.
Well, no, I need Councilmember.
I certainly accept that. I know that I'm sure of your intentions there. I think it was roughly worded, but I appreciate you sharing that.
So if you didn't know I come from education, you know tonight.
I think we knew. Councilmember Burns.
I want to start on this. I am going to eventually support, most likely support, zero on-site emissions. So for me, this is not a question of, for me personally, what I believe in and what I support. This is a question of process. This is a question of consistency. And I almost want to I want to develop a reel of all the times council members up here have asked for more times for nothing. We were literally up here with Fair Work Week because I had a bone to pick on that. No comments. Like literally no one came up in opposition to it, made a public comment. Now they sent some letters initially. And I talked to the night before, I think our meeting, I talked to the president. I think it was still North Shore, might have been a Vision Evanston. And he was like, yeah, okay, I got him he was comfortable. He was like, okay, we can work this out. I don't think we're as concerned now. And we found a reason somehow. Like we manufactured a reason why we needed to table that night. There's nothing you can say today that can explain why that day something gets tabled and today it's an affront to the goals of Corp and climate action and everything else. That's bull. If you say that, that's total bull. Period. And that's to anybody that's hearing it. It's not consistent at all. Too many times we hold things for no reason. Okay? So if we're going to start doing this arbitrary, we need to be more consistent. It's too arbitrary. That's my first thing. Secondly, there is a difference from Corp to what we're looking at today. It's an important difference. It's one that, yes, I think council has signaled that we don't want carbon offsets to a certain extent. I don't know if we voted on that, but we certainly have expressed that we're uncomfortable with the idea of carbon offsets, not doing any work here and building, helping us support a forest elsewhere. Yes, we've communicated that. We have not communicated that to all the building owners and everybody and all the institutions that are concerned about that. That has not been done. And if you say it has, that's not true. We've loosely discussed that as a council. We have not, in a professional manner, communicated that desire to those who are concerned about this. We have not done that. And that's what I'm saying is, as an organization, we have to be able to admit when we come up short. Out of this term, I've probably gone to more meetings, and I know this because of COVID and all these other factors, where there's more staff in the room than community members. So my other question is, what was the participation of all these things that we did? And trust me, I'm somebody that has a background in community engagement. I'm good at it, which is why even with the Jackson and Emerson thing, I'm trying to do things differently to figure out a new way to excite people, to get people engaged and interested in participating where they feel like it's going to make a meaningful difference. But we fall short on that all the time. And so if we did not, even though we held all these meetings and, open hours and all of this, if all of that effort, as well-intentioned as it was, if it did not engage the people that it meant to engage, it didn't work. And similar to Envision Evanston, oftentimes it may not be the best way to do these things, go about these things, but it kind of falls into place. When it gets to us, that's when people, if it's important enough to them, that's when they get involved. But ultimately, what does a public body want if it's not the type of engagement we have in this room today? This is what we want. So let's not turn our backs to it. We wanted this group to get involved throughout the process. Maybe some have, some haven't, and some are just, but this is the type of government a public body wants. Now, I understand why the special interests and different advocates may not see that in the same way. That's not their responsibility. They're not the ones elected to make sure that all voices are being heard and represented. That's not their responsibility. So I expect them to behave as I did as an advocate. One of the things that I told Alderman Holmes when I talked to her about seeking this position was, I know the roles are different. The role I played as an advocate, as somebody that's trying to make noise, that's trying to bring attention to issues, that's trying to disrupt and be heard and make sure things that remain on the forefront that are important, is different from my role as an elected official. And so some of the voices we're hearing in the community, they're doing their job,
But our job as the elected officials is to make sure that all the voices are being heard, to make sure that we have a process that's consistent, to make sure that when we're and also to make sure that, there's so much tension even in the room today that I've heard between people up here in Northwestern. And then I know Northwestern necessarily hasn't served itself by also claiming things that aren't true about us. It needs to stop. It's totally unprofessional. It's not helpful. It's not what's going to help us make the type of changes that we're trying to make, not just with this, but with a lot of things we're trying to do. That's why people love Evanston. We're forward thinking. We're trying to do the things that other places aren't necessarily trying to do. And we got to figure out a better way to do this. I support zero on-site emissions. I believe I will support that. What I don't support though is making it is acting as though we don't have one meeting, or however many meetings we need, but even one meeting just to make sure that all these new voices that we're hearing from are engaged. Now that they're here, they didn't show up to the meetings that we held, but they're here now. And then hopefully I got this right, but then to find out, because I thought one of the reasons was driving the urgency around this is that we may lose the grant. Well, I think if I heard correctly, the grant gives us a year. The grant gives us a year to approve a healthy building ordinance, or it's probably better to say building standards. But that doesn't start until after it's awarded. And it doesn't sound like being awarded is contingent on us adopting something that we have a year to adopt. So it would seem like we're waiting. It would seem like the delay in receiving the award, and turning it from conditional to whatever it turns into after that is not contingent on the healthy building ordinance. It's something else that's causing the delay is what I'm getting. And please, staff, if that's wrong, correct me. But that's what I heard, is that we have a year to pass healthy building ordinance or building standards. That year doesn't start until after we're awarded the grant. We have not been awarded the grant, not because we don't have the HBO, but because of some other reasons. Is that true or no?
So if after a year the grant is still not passed, then the rest of the grant awards would not be funded?
I'm saying for the first bit of money that we're going to get from this grant, because that's what I heard. I think, I'm sorry, your name again? Ben. Sorry about that, Ben. My understanding was the first allotment of money, what we have to do to get it, to receive it, or what we have to do to be in good standing to be in compliance after we receive that first installment, is to have a healthy building ordinance or building standards by year. Is that true or no?
So it's called a go or no go decision point. So this type of grant has these decision points contingent upon different things happening after several years. Mm-hmm. And so one of the go or no go decision points after 1 year is whether or not the ordinance has passed.
And that's why, again, I hope you know what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that it can't be then contingent on an ordinance if it allows us a year to actually approve the ordinance. That's not why we haven't received the grant. That's all I'm trying to get at. We haven't received the grant for maybe unknown reasons at this point, but we know we have good reason to believe it's not because we haven't passed a healthy building ordinance. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's accurate.
And I didn't know that coming into the meeting. In fact, I thought it's something different because that's what I was hearing. So again, the grant is not at risk. One, the other reason only other reason I've heard is that somehow we're going to start to see political attacks on elected officials that could, create issues between us and our constituents by special interests. Those are the two reasons why I've heard that we should not delay tonight. The first one we've already addressed. There's no information that we have that says that the grant is at risk, other than the person that's in office that may decide not to award any of these grants. Other than that, there's no reason to believe that there's anything we can do today to expedite that process. And I don't know about everybody up here, but I'm not influenced at all by special interests. Couldn't care less how they feel about this, other than if they have valid reasons why they're concerned,
and I'm able to review those concerns and determine that there's some validity to it, then it is worth giving a meeting to those stakeholders to weigh in on this. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. In addition to that, this is another thing I wish I could play the reel back. We've said over and over and over again that doing things on the fly is not a best practice. Ideally, the amendments that Councilmember Newsom is going to make, if there's an opportunity to make them, we should allow a meeting for people to review that feedback. It should be in the packet. We allow time for them to weigh in, and we vote in on the subsequent meeting. That's how in many cases we've handled this. And if we haven't, we always act as though that's best practice. We should do it here.
Councilmember Revelle.
Well, I think a lot of the people we're hearing from who have strong concerns and objections are going to continue to have those concerns and objections until we have the two boards appointed and operating that the ordinance is going to create. And because they're going to be in discussion with all the people in the community who have issues and concerns to talk about, well, what is the rulemaking going to, what are the rules going to be, and what can be your alternative pathway to compliance, and so that there'll be information to all the entities in the community as to assurances as to how they're going to be able to make progress till 2050. So I worry that if we come back in 2 weeks' time, I don't know that we're going to have we won't have been able to provide all that information yet to the people who have the concerns. So we really need to get the ordinance passed so we can get these boards working so they can start reassuring entities, residents, building managers, et cetera, about what it's going to look like for them personally for their building. And secondly, I am sensitive to Councilmember Suffredin's idea of giving the districts time to weigh in on it. Can we really expect them to do that in just 2 weeks' time? That's a big question. So I'm conflicted.
Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off by saying this is not Kara's work. It's unfortunate that it kind of turned into the discussion has turned into the direction it has. This is not the work of staff. This is not their initiative. This is the work of the city council. This is the work very explicitly of a referral made by myself with Councilmember Revelle and Mayor Biss on January 24th of last year, directing staff to develop an ordinance, which they have done. So there were originally three co-sponsors of this work. Councilmember Reed, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Wynn, and Councilmember Hadakatis subsequently agreed to co-sponsor this referral. So that makes 6 of us plus the mayor. This is not Kara's work. This is the city council's work. This is not just the work of this city council and those individuals I named. This is the work of the previous city council that passed the CART plan. This is the work of the entire community that has elected us to bring the community in this direction. So let's take personalities out of it. We are doing the work that we are elected to do, and I would like to continue doing that work. And that work really involves some serious stakeholder engagement. We've had some of that so far, but this reminds me of the bike lane on Dodge Avenue, which is before my time on the council. Despite the city's best attempts at public engagement and flyering everybody's house and ward newsletters and what have you, it wasn't until the figurative bulldozers show up that folks start paying attention. So this is the bulldozer right now. I'm glad everybody's paying attention because we need your participation. the ordinance is set up very explicitly to require your participation via these working groups. And so the public engagement that everybody on this city council and in the community is, so hungry for is part and parcel of this ordinance. I also want to ask somebody to address some issues about the grant, and I'm going to call on Jessica Miller, if you're available. In addition to being an Evanston resident, serving on the Building Electrification Working Group, if I have that right, you are also employed by the Institute for Market Transformation and have worked on this kind of stuff around the country. So if you could shed some light on what's up with the grant.
Yeah, so I think the first thing, Councilmember Reed, to the bucket of money that Evanston applied to is from a grant program called the IRA Zero Code Program. It's part of the IRA expenditure that was passed through Congress, but it is to support explicitly the adoption of zero energy building codes. BPS is considered by the Department of Energy to be a building code. So that is why it requires passage of this type of ordinance.
Just point of information.
I want to keep going. So thank you for answering those questions. I think it's really important to get going on this so these committees can convene, so we can get experts on these committees who have had the graduate level classes and understand the difference between a carbon credit and a renewable energy certificate, who understand the difference between net zero and zero on site. So we don't have to educate the committee members who are going to be making these recommendations to City Council. And one of the elements of the amendments that I am going to propose gives City Council the responsibility to approve the rules that the boards recommend. Taking away that responsibility from the city manager or designee, giving that straight back to City Council, which is yet another forum for public engagement. So I see no reason to delay this. We're asking for, folks are saying, please wait, we need to talk about it some more. I'm saying, let's get going so we can talk about it some more.
Point of just information while you're up there. Can you repeat the name of the grant again?
Yes, it's from the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right.
It's called the Zero Energy Codes Grant Program.
And just to clarify, this grant requires that there's absolute zero or zero on-site emissions?
That I don't know. I mean, it's called Zero Code.
Could be the dated language from 7 years ago, but I'll stop there.
Could be, but I mean, I would add that, as has been mentioned, these grants are a little bit at risk right now. My organization, which manages several, our approach to protecting the funding is to follow what we proposed to the letter. We think is the best approach to make sure that funding is secure. While it might be at the end of 1 year that we're being held to passing the ordinance, putting together a grant application, and I commend this group. Evanston got over $10 million. The state of Minnesota got $7 million. So they did a really good job on this. It outlines a very specific work plan. You have to meet milestones. I don't know what those are, but I'm sure they're leading, in a sequence to lead up to a particular conclusion. So if we take away one or move pieces around, that affects kind of the outcome of that first year.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. And I really appreciate everybody's comments this evening. It's been, enlightening and interesting. And and I appreciate the work of Kara and your team. I think you guys have done remarkable work. I just want to say, I think leading with bold solutions is not exclusive of working collaboratively. It's not exclusive of working thoroughly. I think our comprehensive plan lacked a lot of specificity. And I think the document you gave us is beautifully written. I mean, I'd like to maybe see it strengthened. I'd like to see more specificity. I feel, less bureaucracy. There's a lot of committees making decisions. A lot of it's just turned over to the city manager's office to figure out fees even. And I read through the New York plan, and they really do. Like they say, so many dollars per kilograms of emissions, and it's really specific. I'd rather see that kind of language in here as opposed to handing it over to the city manager's office is going to decide what kind of penalty. So if it looks like we're kind of moving towards taking a little more time, those are the kind of things that would be great if we could actually look as opposed to just, having so much residing with the decision of the city manager's office. A lot of that is here. I'm looking at some of the, here, which again, I think for the time that you've had and to complete this, again, it's a great document. I do want to see some more explicit standards. And again, I think, I consider myself a very strong environmentalist. I've led movements. I don't think wanting to do this in a thorough way, there's anything, I want to make sure we get it right. And I do think it can have more teeth, but, more explicit. I don't know if it's teeth, but at least more explicitness. And again, I think moving forward in collaboration too, as much as we can with the community would be wonderful. So thank you.
So Councilmember Reed's time is many-fold expired. He assures me he has 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
And go.
All right. I'm going to encourage folks to support the motion to overturn this because I plan on making a motion to hold this at least until April to give us some time to interrogate all of the facts and the questions that people are bringing up. And I think we should have discussions in the meantime. Hopefully less than 10. Oh, darn. All right. Well, I tried.
Councilmember Suffredin, as long as we're keeping score, which we kind of aren't, with half a minute left.
Okay. I guess Councilmember Newsom's statement begs the question: who actually wrote this? I mean, I assume it's collaborative among staff. Are you writing it? Eleanor, did you write it? I mean, who wrote this?
So the origin is from the Institute for Market Transformation, and can I call on Jessica Miller again to explain that origin, and then I'll chime back in about the details of what was changed.
And I'm asking because I genuinely want to know, not because I'm like, who wrote this?
Yes. So I did talk a little bit about this at the public comment where the ordinance was introduced, but the model law that was used as the foundation for this document was written by IMT and I think published in 2021. It's considered a living document. It went under multiple rounds of review by a variety of stakeholders, real estate stakeholders, the EPA, attorneys, as well as affordable housing stakeholders. We integrated comments. It's posted publicly. It's a free resource. We update it as more and more cities take this type of action, and we continue to learn lessons. So that's kind of the basis.
Okay, I appreciate it. And then I'm just going to, sorry, you can stay there if you want. The sequence is so backwards to pass something to work on it. Like you work on it to get it so it's passable. That's the legislative process. I'm not directing that at you. You just happen to be standing there. But I think that's completely backwards to suggest that we do that here. And I
think that's sort of like a matter of jurisdictional norms. We actually started with like a full long building performance standard model. And, we got requests from jurisdictions that provide, do things differently, particularly, that are, their norm is to go through rulemaking processes to do the details. And I would add here too that like a lot of the grant funding, we're talking about the risk of not being able to access that grant funding. That grant funding is to sort of kick off these analyses that we need done to answer a lot of these questions, right? So a lot of the questions that people are asking are really good and really valid questions that need to be answered, but the staff can't do that alone. This is like building science, technical stuff, we need help. And that's exactly what they are getting through applying for this grant funding. And the grant funding will support kind of digging into these questions and getting you answers.
Okay. We're not disagreeing. I just think a year-long process that culminates in substantial amendments 2 hours before the meeting is an imperfect process. And I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. The motion before the council is the motion to overturn the hold. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris?
I just want to be clear what we're doing. This is to
So this is to overturn the hold.
No.
Vote yes for it.
Yeah. Oh,
Because I want to make it longer than one meeting.
so yes, because yes.
Yeah.
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Nusma?
That's a tough
I want
place
to
to be.
overturn the hold. Right? Hold on. Let's back up and explain to me and explain
All
to
right,
everyone
so
else.
let me just, in
so
the interest
we're
of
all
full
on the
transparency,
same sheet of music.
if the motion to overturn the hold fails, there's a hold and we're back in 2 weeks. If the motion to overturn the hold succeeds, there's no hold at all, and there's going to be a motion to table until April.
And that motion to table, what happens, what's required to
A simple
enact
majority.
A simple majority to table.
Correct.
Oh, how the votes have flipped.
Yeah. It's like Alice in Wonderland. I'm going to withdraw the motion to overturn the hold.
Oh, I move.
The hold stands.
I move that we overturn the hold.
Is there a second?
I move that we overturn the hold that I made.
Is there a second?
I can't. I don't know. The hold was.
The hold's. Is there a second to the motion to overturn the hold?
Point of order. Just so my understanding. Maybe I'll ask legal. My understanding is once I made the motion to hold and it was properly seconded, it just took place. And so I can't withdraw that. I actually tried to text the mayor and do just that, withdraw it, but I realized right away I can't.
That's correct.
So I would like to move, and the only reason I made the motion to hold is because we didn't have consensus about something else. We do now. So I'll move to overturn the hold so we can actually give the proper time frame.
Councilmember Reed moves to overturn the hold. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll on this new motion to overturn the same hold?
Sure. Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
We're in the same place we were 2 seconds ago.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Well, I'll say no then.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Nusma?
Still no.
Still no. Okay, great. Councilmember Burns? Yes. Councilmember Sufferton?
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Yes.
Councilmember Harakaris is not in the room. And Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion fails to reach the
Point
required
of order.
two-thirds majority.
No, point of order. Councilmember Harakaris has recused himself from this vote, and so his membership couldn't be counted toward that two-thirds
Right, so
majority.
it's 2/3 of 8. Let me see if I can do this off the top of my head. It should be 4 plus 2/3 of 2, which is 4 4/3, which is 5 1/3.
And I would round that down. So 5.
No, it's
Which
not.
means 5.
5 is not 2/3 of 8, Councilmember.
But neither is, we don't have a third of a council member, and it's not over half, so it's 5.
I mean, clearly, 5 is not 2/3 of 8. I don't know how else to argue this. This is not a 2/3 majority.
But 6 isn't either.
6 is more than 2/3. The 2/3 of the floor are not exact. If 7 out of 9 vote to overturn the hold, that passes too. 5 is not greater than or equal to 2/3 of 8. I think you have to acknowledge this is
That's the
true.
math.
Point ever made. Let's just move forward. If we don't get what we want, we have.
We'll do it at the next meeting.
We have
We'll
the
just do
votes
it
to
next
continue
meeting.
this. So I'm just saying, let's just pass this
So
hold and move forward, please.
So
Gotta go.
the motion to overturn the hold fails for lack of the 2/3 majority, and therefore the hold stands. And so this item will be back on the agenda at the next city council meeting. Now on item, sorry, I've got a lot of paperwork here in front of me. On item HCDC 1, Councilmember Revelle, do you have a motion?
Just a moment. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Actually, before we move on, I just wanted to make a quick comment. So I think that some really important things were said. I think Councilmember Burns said some really important things about consistency in terms of how often we delay and for what level of importance triggers a delay. I think those are great points. And I do think I completely agree that it's not a best practice to adopt amendments at the last moment. I think having additional time to review those amendments is absolutely a best practice. So I agree with that. I want to speak to the process though, because I think we're all sort of swirling around similar issues. And I think there's I at least have a strong view on this. And I think Councilmember Kelly kind of gestured to this, and so did Councilmember Newsman talking about the bike lane on Dodge. We have a challenge always on every issue of a whole bunch of work goes into it and it feels premature, it feels too early, it feels like, it's not really ripe yet, and so people don't engage. And then they engage at the last moment when things are ready to pass, which is natural. That's human nature. They feel like, okay, it's real, I want to jump in. And then there feels like there's kind of this like hurry. The draft ordinance before us actually solves that problem for real. It actually says we're going to plant a flag and say what the end goal is, but we will leave to be determined by a public and inclusive community-led process how to get there. Councilmember Kelly, I agree with you. I think the unamended draft leaves too much to the city manager. I think that's an excellent point. I encouraged us to consider changes to that, and the amendment that Councilmember Newsmith sent around that we now have time to review achieves that change. But so what this says is like, hey, we all know where we want to go. So we're going to pass an ordinance saying we're going to get there. And now we're going to give ourselves this time with a public process, with stakeholders literally at the table in open meetings to really get there, to really listen to the input, to really work collaboratively to figure out what forms of alternative compliance are necessary to make this feasible, to really work collaboratively to understand what fine structure is appropriate to make this feasible, to work collaboratively to determine where those fines should go. Another thing you probably saw, Councilmember, the New York ordinance is really productive regulations relative to where the fines that are collected go. They go right back into the community to address equity concerns relative to the implementation of these standards. So I think we've got a win-win here, an opportunity to genuinely have the time with a lot of advance warning and a lot of inclusiveness to do this right. But if we instead say, let's pull back and not pass anything until everything is all worked out and we have all the details, then we'll be exactly right back here with something that feels last minute, only it'll be last minute with a heck of a lot more teeth in it and a lot more punitive stuff in it. And that's not what any of us wants. So I would say when we come back, and we can continue to have these discussions, and I think we should continue to learn more from stakeholders and continue to learn more, for instance, about where the school districts are, I think it should be with the goal of achieving the desired outcome of zero emissions and the desired outcome of real stakeholder engagement and community input using this structure. I think it's a real win. It's a win for everybody, and it'll give us a good outcome that works for the community. Sorry, just wanted to get that off my chest. Councilmember Ravel.
Okay. I move introduction ordinance 2-0-25, to repeal and replace Title V, Chapter 7, the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Second.
Councilmember Ravel moves introduction of ordinance 2-0-25. Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. Hello. If I can just have staff run through this at a high level. And who pulled this off? Did I pull? No, I didn't pull this off. Who pulled this off? Claire. Okay.
Can you clarify just, Uri Pachter, Senior Housing Planner, are there any particular
Just
questions or
high
concerns
level,
or just at a high
overview
level?
of the
Sure.
proposed changes.
Sure. So a city council goal for 2024 was to increase the minimum requirement of the inclusionary housing ordinance. We were a couple meetings late, but we are moving towards that one big piece of direction. A couple other pieces are the current ordinance asks that staff come back to HCDC and council every 3 years to review due to COVID and other capacity issues. We're a little behind on that. And it's generally just best practice to look at an inclusionary housing ordinance since it relies a lot on market conditions to create that balance. So that's sort of the overarching piece that we're looking at. In terms of changes, there are a variety of changes. Some of them are small, sort of independent changes to tighten up enforcement, clarity, administration of the ordinance, but the sort of the bigger moves of the ordinance are changing. Our current ordinance has a 10% requirement for privately financed buildings and 20% for publicly funded ones. The new proposed ordinance would have 15 and 30% respectively. The current ordinance starts at 5 units. That's where covered development begins. The proposed ordinance starts at 7. There are multiple reasons behind that, which we can get into if there are questions there. Other major changes, the in lieu fee has currently gone up to with CPI increases and inflation since the ordinance was approved. It is still significantly lower than the lost revenue or cost of construction, and so it doesn't really set the city up for the goals of the ordinance as stated by council previously, and what we're working with is to provide units, and the in lieu fees provide developers fairly good options to provide money instead. And so those fees are increased to better reflect the cost of not providing those units, and then also really as a disincentive to go that route. So accordingly, one other piece is that the proposed ordinance has no on-site requirement. Currently, there is an on-site requirement. If you look at it in totality, you can see that there's significant disincentives to not provide units on site, but if a developer was interested in not doing so, they would provide a more significant in lieu fee, which could be used to provide other units or work towards other anti-displacement strategies or other affordable housing programs. Those are some of the major components of this change.
Thank you. So just to recap for my own clarity to make sure I'm understanding. So the private requirement will, under this ordinance, the proposed ordinance, be 15%. Public requirement for affordable housing would be 30%, correct?
Yes, the ratio still stays sort of 2 to 1.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then the in lieu fees would be how much?
So the in lieu fees currently are basically separated by zoning district and also by rental versus for sale. There's downtown and research park is one category and others the other category, and then rental and for sale. So currently they range from 179,000 to 313,000. That's actually from 2024. We updated for 2025. We've kept all of our materials standard for this discussion.
Can you give me that range again? Let's start with residential downtown. Can you give me the range?
Rental downtown?
Let's do both rental and for sale.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to see if I can pull up a slide because I actually have backup slides. And then I think you can see the information and
okay.
And I don't have to recount. Okay. I'll start still verbally and we can get there. So in the downtown and research park districts for rental, again, this is for 2024. They've been updated for CPI for 2025.
And does the ordinance use CPI to?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So currently it's $209,195 per unit if it's rental. Yes, thank you. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. I have a bunch of. Here we go. If you look on the slide, the bottom column includes the current, as of 2024, December 31st, 2024, in lieu fees, and then the proposed in lieu fees. So currently it's based on zoning district for sale or rental, and then we're proposing to move towards based on size of unit, which is more reflective of cost of rent, lost revenue, construction, et cetera. And so it would depend on if it was a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, but as you can see, the range here from studios to 3 bedrooms is 405 to 1,070,000.
Point of order, how do we know? I mean, I could tell you that it was going to be a studio, and then I don't get how we're putting the in lieu of fee for the unit size. If I'm building a building, I can say I'm building all studio apartments, or I could say I'm building all 1-bedrooms or 2-bedrooms. I could make up the mix as I wish. So how do you know exactly which units I'm saying are in lieu of?
When you propose a building that goes through zoning analysis, entitlement process, the inclusionary housing application and process is all through that process. So you proposed whatever you're proposing as the unit mix, and then the calculation is done in terms of number of units total, and then assigned to replicate that unit mix for the inclusionary housing units.
Okay. That's helpful. Yeah. Thank you.
If I can also, I think I covered all of these here generally, but I can go over a couple more changes in the ordinance as well that I didn't mention previously while we're at it. So currently the ordinance requires all units to be at 60% AMI of area median income. We're proposing that it's weighted, capped at 80% AMI. So that would allow developers to provide units, particularly at lower income levels. It would not have to average 60%. It could be lower. In return, they would be providing at 70 or 80%. We'd be providing units at a variety of other incomes. There's also strong benefits of doing this to align with a newer Cook County tax incentive program for affordable housing. Additionally, other elements of our current ordinance require an alternative proposal or an alternative equivalent to propose anything outside of sort of what we just discussed. And that means that a whole other process has to go into place. City Council has to approve it. And so there's a lot of unpredictability and lack of flexibility in the current ordinance. And so the next 3 rows basically provide rubrics to incentivize developers to have more flexibility and more predictability, and the community and residents to have more of that as well. So for example, there's an option to reduce the number of units provided if the weighted average is lower. So we're reaching lower income households, which is something that is difficult to do with our current IHO. Additionally, providing more bedrooms. There's a conversion that we've put together. The IHO is reflective of the market and often provides more studios, 1, sometimes 2 bedrooms, and providing that rubric allows developers to select options that may be preferable for them and that also are preferable for what we're looking to achieve.
Can I stop you there? Because I feel like I'm opening the door to a whole bunch of questions that from other people that if they have the questions about this, I'll let them ask those questions. Can we go back to the first slide that you, and I just want to hone in on 2 things. So one, I do think that I'll first ask, why did we settle on 15% proposed as opposed to 20? I've heard, for the private side.
Sure. So currently the proposal, the current ordinance is 10%, and it's stated as 10%, but I'll shift to, sorry, I have a lot of.
And I also want to understand how this interplays with TOD areas, because I don't see that on there.
Sure. I'm trying to find, if I put the slide up, I don't think it made it into here. Yeah. So if you see here on this slide, it's the left, the sort of central chunk, actual unit equivalent, is how many units we've received through the program, including the equivalents of in lieu fees, and then sort of going through a hypothetical exercise of if we had it at this rate, what we would have received previously. As you can see in the percentages, we don't really achieve 10% based on the way the ordinance is written. The calculation only requires closer to 7.5%. That's another thing that will be corrected in this update. So in looking at a variety of factors, we have research conversations with 30 experts, local developers, attorneys, property managers, et cetera. Factoring in a variety of things, I think the range of options that seem to align with council's direction and what's possible would probably be between 15 and 20%, doubling sort of effectively from 7.5, even though in as written it's 10%, effectively it's more 7.5 is a pretty big jump. And so that's sort of where the direction has gone and moved through HCDC. It felt like less than that wouldn't be providing really the taking full advantage of the tool that is the inclusionary housing ordinance during this crisis. Going up to 20 seems possible, and that's up to council. Mm-hmm. I will say over 20 from conversations and research we've seen tends to need some type of subsidy or something else to make it work. And I think the trick with an inclusionary housing ordinance is trying to hit that sweet spot of the most number of units. Mm-hmm. It's not the highest percentage of a requirement. It's the most units, and every market is a little different. And that market changes over time. And so it seems like there's definitely opportunity for us to increase it and take advantage of more opportunity in the marketplace, but going above that 20, I would caution.
So, okay. Thank you for that. Law said 10, actual was 7.5, roughly. Right. And,
yeah.
Okay. And yeah, so now law says 15, actual is
15.
15. Okay.
The current calculation, one complication was that there are bonuses in the zoning code that you receive for inclusionary housing units, and the calculation is done before those bonuses are added. So it's not effectively 10%. The new calculation is very simple. What is the total number of units multiplied by 0.15? That's the answer.
Okay. I support 20%. I unfortunately did not participate in the conversations at HCDC, which I am a member of. I think we can get up to that 20%. As far as what I'm hearing from you is that the research shows that when you creep up to that 20%, the negative impacts on the market are minimal. Is that what I essentially heard from you?
Sorry, I would put it slightly differently.
Sure.
I would say above 20%, it seems like in most markets, some type of subsidy or something else needs to happen.
Right.
So 20% would sort of be the the cap currently of research and knowledge, et cetera. Below that, it's fine tuning with the market.
Sure.
We are proposing to, in the past, we looked at coming back to council every 3 years. We're proposing to have a report to HCDC every year and to look at this because things change much more quickly than every 3 years. So we have the opportunity to make a recommendation. HCDC has an opportunity to make a recommendation if the market conditions change, so we really can be nimble and take advantage if something's too high or too low, again, to get that maximum amount.
Okay, thank you. And then for the in lieu of fees, if we can go to that slide. Okay, thank you. Now it's been a few years since I've worked with these numbers, and so okay, 3-bedroom. What is the actual cost? Let's say to build a studio. What is the actual cost to build a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom in our market today?
That is complicated. We've tried to, we've had good conversations with developers. I will say I was looking at a report of low-income housing tax credit projects in Chicago in the period of 2011 to 2015. This was a government report, and it was 315,000. If you
let me not, so we don't muddy the water with numbers. So we don't exactly know what the cost to build a unit in Evanston based on these, sizes is, right? Which is fine.
Sure. I will say
But then my next question would be, what are these numbers based on?
Sure. That we have a clear basis. So we took a sample of 20 properties that have been built in the last 20, 25 years, part of the IHO program, larger developments that are sort of indicative of developments that are part of the program, and ran an analysis on each type of unit and how much the difference in revenue is between market rate and what the maximum allowed is through the IHO program, and extrapolated that over 30 years, which is the length of the requirement of the program, which is significantly more than we charge currently, but one that's reflective of the difference that a developer would not be losing if they did not provide an inclusionary housing unit. And again, the direction from council has been very clear that we're interested not in a revenue source, but in getting the housing units. So if it's high, if it's quote unquote punitive, that actually aligns with the goals so that developers provide the units as required.
So would you say this is about 80% of what it would cost to actually provide the units, 100%, 110%?
We took there's a lot of assumptions that have to be made, but I would say it's the mean and 100% rounded down to the nearest 1,000.
I need to go to some.
Sure.
Okay, that is helpful. So then I won't touch that because I can't get in the weeds on that right now. But what I will say is I'm going to move to increase the requirement for the private side and maybe public side. If we want to, I don't know why the golden ratio is 2 to 1, but if there's a reason for that. Otherwise,
sorry, was that?
Yeah, sorry. Is there a reason for the 2 to 1 ratio, public versus private? Is that just a standard thing, or are we just doing what we always have done?
Yeah, that we're just sticking with what we've done, and there aren't too many circumstances from my looking at our past work where we do have public financing in these types of projects. They're usually more for 100% affordable projects. So it doesn't come to play as much, but we look for your direction.
Okay. Well, I will move, and I'm sure I'm going to put this in writing, so I'll do that shortly. But I'll move that we increase the requirement for private developments to 20%.
Could I ask a favor?
Sure.
I just want to give a perspective on why the 15% was actually considered.
Oh, shucks. Well, I asked that a bit ago.
Right now, the tax benefits, the property tax credits that developers can get varies. There are 3 levels. And but I can read it in the meantime. Depending on the cost and the amount of investment, some buildings are only eligible for a 15%. The tax credits at 15%. Now, and there are 3 tiers, and we are, I don't want to say fortunate, because it really isn't fortunate. We're unfortunately.
I'm sorry, can you clarify? When you say that they're only eligible for the tax credits of 15%, are you saying if they're.
The tax credits, when you're putting in a certain amount of investment, is only worth a certain amount. Therefore, the amount, the percent of units that are proposed to be affordable are tied to what you're going to get back in tax credit benefits. There's a relationship there. And that also, there are cases where somebody is doing a substantial rehab, and if they are developing the size of units, then our IHO kicks in, which is not traditional for most places. But those types of properties would likely never qualify for what they call the tier 3, which is the 20%, because their investment wouldn't be that big. So our developers who are building from the ground up in our larger developments are all looking at the 20% because they want that tax credit, which is 30 years. The other 2 are 10-year tax credits that you can then get 10-year extensions. But the developers who are building from the ground up with a new development are looking at that 20% already. They're going to go for that because that's how they can pay out they get their tax reduction for 30 years. But if we say 20%, then if we have some of these other types of buildings, we're going to make it very difficult for them to actually comply. And we are seeing the buildings that are building from the ground up going for that 20%. That's one of the reasons I recommend we think very seriously about leaving it at 15, because I think we're going to get the higher level on those new projects. So it's happening in Chicago too.
I'm sorry. That you lost me there. Can you say that again, or maybe in a sentence?
Just in terms of Director Flax is bringing up a new Cook County tax incentive. And the numbers on the left are 3 options that developers are starting to take advantage of. If they provide that level of affordability, then they get a tax incentive. And so I think, I don't want to speak for you, but I think what you were saying, I'm trying to summarize, is that one of the levels, tier 1, is lower than 20%. And so folks who are taking advantage of that would still have to provide more. And so Sarah was suggesting that could be of
more what?
More affordability according to an IHO that requires 20%. And that was something that she was bringing up as a concern.
How much time do I have left? Because I'm thoroughly not understanding, and so I'm going to pause for a second.
Can I try putting it this way? The Cook County has an incentive program for different investments in properties. And I think we run the risk of making it difficult for somebody who's doing a substantial rehab that we might get units out of more readily and have fewer problems with. And they're not getting the huge tax credit somebody
okay.
who's building
Well,
from
then-
the ground up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure. Okay.
So
But you're only talking about for substantial rehabs. You're not talking about for someone building a new building.
I can't make it that absolutely because they say new construction and rehab costing $8 per square foot and improvements of 2 primary building systems. Now, I don't know how anyone could build anything new construction from that. So to me, it looks like it basically rules out any major new construction. So they're going to go for the 20%. Evanston is one of the communities that is eligible for that 20% because our housing costs are so high. There are a number of, a large portion of the Cook County doesn't even qualify for that. But we do, and Chicago does, at least major parts of it, and that's what's happening in the Chicago market.
The heart of what I'm trying to get to is why would increasing our requirement to 20% harm someone here?
Because if they are, one of the reasons everybody was able to move, and when Chicago moved to 20%, it was when this tax credit was put in place, because the developers were saying they couldn't do 20% before that. It's a financial thing.
Okay, but why would us moving to 20% be harmful?
On some buildings, you could make it difficult. They're not going to be able to do the 20% because they're not getting the tax benefits equal to that. If you are in that building size or that building commitment, you're getting 10 years of tax benefit with 2 renewable 10-year periods. That is probably a way of allowing rehabs, that's what I believe, they're not going to be able to qualify over a longer period. So
why?
Because of the economics of what they're doing.
You're just saying it wouldn't be, you're not saying that they wouldn't be able to qualify. What you're saying is that
they wouldn't be able to build.
The cost of the construction wouldn't
exactly.
be. Yeah, those are two very
I'm
different.
sorry. It's not that they don't qualify for the higher tax credits is what I'm saying. They don't get the financial bonus is not as large. So that's what they don't qualify for. Their financial bonus is less because they have a lesser investment. But that's designed because of how the costs are. It's a cost-based thing that the county has developed to try to give proportional tax credits for certain types of investment. That make sense?
No, but I will hold here.
Can I just take one more stab?
Sure.
I think I want to zoom out. Also, the affordable housing landscape has changed a bit in the last few years. And I think we sort of dove in deep on this one topic, and that's where it's gotten confusing. Previously, there were no affordable housing tax incentives in this in Evanston. And so
people were building units.
And people
now
were
that there is a tax credit all of a sudden going up is something that will prohibit folks.
I'm just going to speak. I'm just going to speak to the landscape. So previously, folks were either, as you saw from the percentages, generally speaking, they were 10%, mostly lower. The only time there was more was one of the projects that was funded by publicly funded, and that was about 19 or 20%. So we were seeing developers meet the minimum that we were asking or requiring, or less because the calculation was wonky. In the last couple of years, we've seen developers propose 15 and 20% without the requirement. That's sort of the landscape change. Why? Because of the incentives. And so that's already happening. The incentives was mandated by the state. Cook County has a program. It's supposed to end in December 31st, 2027. It very well may be renewed. But that's sort of a changing landscape, and developments that have come to Land Use Commission and Council proposing more aren't just doing so out of the goodness of their heart, but there's financial incentives aligned there. Therefore, there's an element of aligning 15 to 15 so that all developments that are interested in taking advantage of any of these would qualify based on what they're doing already. I think what Sarah's saying is that if you're asking them to do another 5%, it might not pencil. They might not build. They might not do the project.
Okay, I do just want to say that when I asked the question about the getting up to 20% the first time, I didn't hear that in the response to that then, and I just wish a more round picture would have been painted at that time. But I'll, if I have any time left, which I doubt, I'll hold here.
At one point, it sounded like you were making a motion. Do you withdraw that?
Well, I mean, it seems as though my motion would have a detrimental impact to increasing affordable housing in Evanston, so I would not do that.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Hadakaris, followed by Revelle, followed by Burns.
Thank you. So just to clarify for the public, so I know in the past we used to have a 10%, our IHO used to stipulate 10% housing, affordable housing on site, although it would get negotiated frequently with payments in lieu. And then it was changed. I remember I protested, dropped it down to 5% expectation on site with 5% you had to pay into. So it's like, okay, now we have this real strict stipulation in the one we have now where it's 5% on site. So how many, let's just say a 200 unit building goes up with a variance, how many would be required on site?
0.
Now that's a problem. Yeah, I can't support this. Absolutely. I mean, we're about integrating our city and everything else. I expect to have mandated certain amount on site. So I can't support this without, I would want at least, I would like 10% on site if we're doing 15% or 8%, but not 0. Now we're going down from 5 down to, we were at a 10% expectation, then we dropped to 5, and now we're down to 0. I'm sorry, we're already bare bones before.
So just to be clear, it's 0. However, if the developer doesn't do so, then they need to pay. I'll show a development scenario. So if you look on the slides here, we have an example of a 195 unit building. Currently, we would require 13 units because our calculation doesn't include the bonus units, so it's not a true 10%. There's basically 2 options. You could provide all the units on site, or you could provide half the units on site and pay an in lieu fee that would cover maybe a couple units. This proposal at 15% would require 29.25. Again, we had 13 before. And there's a variety of options that a developer could do based on the way we're doing rounding and weighting, more bedrooms, lower AMI. Worst case scenario from a unit standpoint, they would pay about $14 million, which would allow us to do a lot of work in terms of anti-displacement, building, and most developers, based on we've calculated it, probably won't do it because the amount that we're charging is between $405,000 and $1.4 million. So we can also increase that amount further to disincentivize it. But the idea is instead of sort of pigeonholing the program into these are the few things that we require, what we get out of the program is generally studios and 1 bedrooms for families at 60% AMI, and that's it. And we've heard loud and clear that we want larger units. We want units for folks with lower incomes, and we don't need to stipulate a requirement necessarily. To get that, we can incentivize it with carrots versus sticks.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't support unless we mandate a certain amount on site. I think it was already low at 5%. I think, we're about integrating our city and bringing, availing units in different parts of our city. So, thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris, followed by Revelle, followed by Burns.
I'll withdraw. I was going to speak to what Director Flax was talking about.
Councilmember Revelle, followed by Burns.
Well, to Councilmember Kelly's concern, I mean, I think we're saying if the developer decides not to put any units on site, the financial penalty is going to be really significant. It's going to give us enough money to make up well over what would be put on site. We could do something, in a smaller building elsewhere. I mean, And so, I mean, I think our expectation is that developers they're not going to, try to get out of putting any on site. And this is going to really, it is going to yield 20% on site or 15% on site. To the question of whether to amend the ordinance tonight to go from 15% to 20%, I've been toying with that idea. I'd heard from Frank Hill, who spoke to us earlier this evening about recommending that we consider that. And I did talk with Sarah, and I thought, well, the HCDC can revisit this question of whether to go from 15 to 20% in the coming months, and we can come back to council and change that once we've studied the Cook County tax incentives a little bit more and decided that that's really worth doing. Uri, you look like you're about to try to say something.
Yes. I think HCDC and staff should look at the ways in which we can modify and improve the document as often as makes sense.
Right.
And the current proposal has us starting receiving 15% April 1st.
Right.
So I would strongly recommend, based on
Right.
the affordable housing crisis, that if 20%, whatever percent is recommended, that a motion is made tonight so that we could stay on track
Right.
and
Right.
come back with an amendment, with other, any amendments come back as soon as possible so that we can start as soon as possible receiving that larger amount, whatever that is.
Right, yeah. No, I urge council to go ahead and approve the ordinance before us, and then HCDC can consider additional strengthening it in the coming months.
Councilmember Burns.
As far as the 15 to 20%, I think that was something I brought up in our HCDC meeting as well. I still need more time to think about kind of staff's response on it, but at face value, it makes sense. I mean, I think the main thing it's trying to achieve is the best possible harmony with Cook County's tax program or tax exemption program, which I think is what we want, right? Because ultimately we want to make sure that with both of these in place, we'll produce more affordable units than if we were to move up to 20%. I think if there's an argument we can make as to how 20% would where we would, if we move it up to 20%, we would end up with more affordable units. I think we all would support that and vote for it. I think we're concerned that may not be the case. Maybe for people who can't necessarily pencil out 20%, but can pencil out 15%. But because we move up to 20, they just go elsewhere. They just don't ultimately build here. It's hard to track, somebody that, decides not to build here. So we never would know. So I think it would be, I'm still kind of grappling with all of that, but ultimately we want to do what is going to produce the most affordable units. And I think staff believe that this achieves that. In terms of the opt-out money, the idea that I got from the HCDC meeting is that we want to be able to, we wanted to increase the opt-out amount so that if somebody does opt out, one, it discourages people from opting out altogether because the amount is so high. But also if they do, we could actually afford to use that funding to build a unit. And the idea being that this opt-out amount is much closer to what it would cost to build a new like unit than what we had before. Is that true, or am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah, it's not tied to the cost of construction. That was something that we looked at originally, and through those research conversations identified that while that's of interest to us, that's not really the metric that a developer is looking at. And if we tie it to their revenue, then it makes a lot more sense in terms of the alignment / disincentive that we're trying to provide. But ultimately, that dollar amount does represent an amount that is feasible for that. The money obviously would go into the Affordable Housing Fund and could either be used for construction, rehab, anti-displacement programs. It could help fund other programs that we're looking to do if developers look to do that. And obviously, if more of the dollars were coming in than we were anticipating and it wasn't landing the units, we could obviously come back and modify accordingly.
And one more time, could you just walk through the in lieu fees real quick on this chart?
This particular chart?
Yeah, I think this is the correct one.
So this is just showing a development scenario where currently at 10%, there's more or less 2 options, and this is just 6 of the sort of unlimited options that are available moving forward, where developers can provide all the units required. If you can't provide a quarter of a unit, so to provide all the units on site that are required, you provide 30 instead of 29.25. So there's no in lieu fee. There are options of providing
So if you could just start with base plus 1 and then move kind of.
I think, but just point of information for Councilmember Burns, I think the chart that you're looking for is actually the one that has the various.
I'm trying to see the opt-outs.
So studio, 405,000, 1 bedroom, 408. I think that's what you're looking for.
Is that those
proposed?
Those are the in lieu of?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And that's just a summary. There is one more for in the ordinance for 4 bedrooms.
Because I've always been told a unit. I mean, and it might have gone up, but it could easily be around 400,000 a unit. So this tracks with that. Is my point. And
yes.
As long as this is how we would kind of understand and calculate the in lieu of fees, that would be enough money to go out. Now, the question is, just because we get 400,000 doesn't mean that we're going to be able to build like some random, studio, freestanding studio, right? So I think there is something about that to consider in terms of just how we know what the on-site unit that we're going to get it and when we're going to get it, we're getting money in, so this money could go to support future affordable housing projects, et cetera. So that's one way to look at it. But I did want to point that out. But this is helpful. Thank you.
No problem. And I'll just add through our strategic housing plan, there'll be lots of ideas that come out of that and policies that we'll work through at HCDC and come to council, and we'll need money to do them. And so if the balance is a little off and there's more money coming in than anticipated, there's plenty of strategies that need funding for our housing crisis, and then we can adapt to sort of reconfigure and in order to achieve the units that we're looking for with this one tool in our toolbox.
Well, I'm sorry, one last question. Do we know how many people have opted out currently? Since we've had the inclusionary housing ordinance in place?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a large.
It's approximately 3 or 4 developments, and that's even at the lower numbers. There was a development that opted out, there are developments that opt out and there are developments that opt partially out. And so some were earlier on in the process. In our ordinance history, it was only $40,000. So we received some money there where $40,000 is the in lieu equivalent of 1 unit. But as we know, you'd have to go back pretty far in order to have that yield 1 unit.
I can give a kind of quick history. The only big building that did a full buyout really after was the Link. Since then, we have had units on site in virtually everything that was covered. We did have one building, it was 1555 Ridge, that they put 5% on site and then paid their fee in lieu. But other than that,
so does the 3 include partial opt out as well, or is that only those who opted out in total?
That was one of the options at that point. We're removing that option.
I'm saying the 3 that you just said, Ori, does that include the partials?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have the individual developments in front of me, but as you can see on the slide there, we've yielded 94 units and then 131 equivalent. So that's 37 units have been paid out in lieu. I don't know off the top of my head which developments they were and if the number that were 100%, but I think it was only 1 or 2. There also have been developments. I think there's one that was recently approved in the last year that bought out, but it's 1 unit, so that would qualify as 100%. But you either provide it or you don't. There's no in between.
And so this, the last question is, this has produced, inclusionary housing program has produced 94 units? Is that what this is saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see the total. You can see the total dollar amounts as well. So as you can see in like the row that's 2007, there are 10 units that were unit equivalents, but we only received $400,000 there. That's when it was particularly inexpensive to buy out.
Yep. So there's no reason to believe that by increasing it the way we have, that all of a sudden we're going to see more people opting out than what we've already seen.
I don't think if we raise the cost of opting out, it would move in that direction. Yeah. The other piece to consider is that with this Cook County tax incentive, if folks are doing that, they can't opt out and then go to Cook County and say, well, we participated by paying. They have to have the units there. Yeah. So again, the ordinance may change, the state statute may change, but as is,
then we can revisit at that point.
Developers need to have 15, 20, or 35% on site, or they don't qualify.
Okay. Cool. That's it.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to second opportunity, starting with Councilmember Reed with half a minute left.
Thank you. I don't know if I got an answer to transit-oriented development areas. Is there not a higher?
Correct.
And so what is that? I didn't see that anywhere in here thus far. Yeah,
that is correct. Previously, it was based on zoning and tenure, and the new proposal has it based on number of bedrooms. The zoning bonuses and everything are in the zoning code, and as the zoning code stands, those are all the same. So there are stipulations there around different zoning districts and the different bonuses that change. And so like bonus units are much higher downtown in Research Park than they are in residential neighborhoods. But the in lieu fee piece isn't based on that.
Okay. And not speaking on the in lieu of, but just on the affordability requirement that, 15% versus whatever. So do we have a higher affordability requirement in TOD areas?
No.
No. And why wouldn't we?
There are a lot of moving pieces here, and I think that there's reasons to do a variety of them in conjunction with each other. Most of the development to date has generally been in TOD areas. Mm-hmm. So de facto, it ends up being that. Yeah. I think there's a certain level of complication that ends up happening when we change that. Are we basing it off of our current definition of TOD areas? We're basing it off of zoning districts, new zoning districts, and the city of Chicago actually has a couple different.
Well, it wouldn't be based on zoning districts. My understanding of TOD is the distance to a train station, correct?
Currently, we have TOD areas that are defined. So we can define them as we choose is all I'm saying.
So did council vote on, this alley from?
It was by zoning district. The downtown district and the research park was considered one. There was a TOD area in other there were TOD areas, but the bonuses were tied to.
So we're saying that, for example, 8th Ward, Howard train station, right there, that's not considered TOD because it's not downtown, even though it's right next to a train station?
No, there were also TOD areas around all the transit. It was very complicated. There were maps and there were corridors that were the Chicago Avenue from downtown all the way down to Howard was considered TOD.
Okay, yeah. So we have a simple answer, which is any property within a certain radius of a train station is TOD. And then we have a larger definition, which is just all of our D1, D2, D3 district is TOD as well, right?
I guess my hesitation is the way we've used TOD previously in the ordinance has just been around the in lieu fees.
And the parking. There was a difference for the TOD
Yes,
and the parking.
and the parking. Yeah, no. And with the parking, which is now moved out of the ordinance, which is why I forgot, because it's duplicated in the zoning ordinance. So that's more of a bonus situation, whereas how we're defining the requirements or in lieu fees, TOD hasn't been part of that previously.
Yeah, and my 30 seconds. So I'll close here. I think that we, particularly in TOD areas, I support where Councilmember Kelly was raising concern about having on-site or increasing the affordability requirement in TOD areas, right? Because if we want to create real affordability, we want those folks living near transit hubs. So it's not just the cost of housing that they can save on, it's also the cost of transportation that they can save on. So we need to ensure that these units are being constructed at a higher rate and on site, particularly downtown and in those TOD areas. And I'm concerned even within lieu of structure as it's made there, which is that, does this equal out for downtown units, or is this potentially too heavily, either on one side, too heavily weighted toward the cost for downtown units, or is it too heavily weighted against it in that this would be pretty cheap for someone who's building downtown to say, yeah, I'm just going to opt out and keep the not have the affordable units on site, whereas someone building in my ward or in another ward that is not as attractive or as expensive as downtown would just make it cost prohibitive.
Understood. Valid. I just want to add that the 20 properties that were included are generally the ones that they're all new construction, charging the high rents, and therefore land costs are particularly high. So I would say, based on what we pulled from, it would be more skewed towards the higher cost ones, and that might be even more punitive in other areas. But I appreciate the question.
So this time, no one is asking to speak for the first time. So we go back to Councilmember Revelle with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Well, just real briefly, I wanted to mention that the two really tall new buildings being proposed for downtown on Davis Street and on Clark Street, both of them, and so far we haven't seen the real details, but both of them are talking about 20% on-site affordable units because they want to take advantage of the Cook County tax incentive. So I think this is an issue that I think we should talk about further in HCDC and see what would be the advantages of our changing our ordinance. But right now, it's really important that we move ahead with the current proposal before us.
Just a point of information, clarity. Didn't I hear from staff from URI that if we were going to move up to the 20%, that you think it would be best practice to make that change before we adopt this ordinance?
I was suggesting that it seems like there hasn't been concern on council that 15% isn't enough, is too much. And so we're making a meaningful move, and I encourage that meaningful move, whether it's 15, 16.25, 20, whatever council suggests, to do so along the time frame so that we can have it as an effective date on April 1st, which requires some policies and procedures.
So you're saying that if we were to do that, to do it with this ordinance and not kick it off to down the road with HCDC?
That's what I would recommend, and not delay the effective date even longer and lose potential units, as we're only getting 7.5 to 10%.
Thank you.
Still, no one is asking to speak for the first time, so we go to Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Thank you. So, I really feel this is part of our comprehensive plan discussion when we talk about affordability and we decide as a council and we look at our goals as to what % of affordable housing we want to increase, what percent of permanent affordable housing, and where do we want that to be? Because that will then influence our IHO. So if we decide, we need more affordable housings in this area, then we're going to mandate a certain percent on site. I don't think the way we're doing this, I think this really should be folded into the comprehensive plan discussion as part of a more specific discussion about affordability, permanent affordability, as well as, affordability in terms of inclusionary housing ordinance. I'm very concerned that we're not mandating any on-site downtown TOD. I agree. I would second a motion to, mandate a certain percent, at least in TOD, to just a little damage control on this to make it a little better. I think having zero in this is really unfortunate. So I don't know, Councilmember Reed, if you'd be interested in seconding a motion to at least have mandate, 7% on site in TOD buildings, to increase it a little bit from the 5.
I would, but based on discussion tonight, I think maybe talking with staff offline and figuring it out before we pass this permanently would make sense.
So hold it, table this.
It's not what I'm saying, but
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you suggesting?
I think we could move this forward tonight and then make those, maybe hold it at the next meeting, depending on how substantive the amendments are. But I think we could make those amendments before we have final passage, but potentially still move this forward tonight.
So we're going backwards. I mean, in a sense, we're reducing it from expected 5% on site to 0. Even though we're putting a lot of money, we're going to get a lot of money. But I really think that is really key in our city. We really need that on-site obligation of affordability. And so, whether we amend it tonight, but I think we can do a little better than this.
I just want to be clear that the direction from council and what staff has put together is to incentivize developers to build the maximum number of units on site. It is reasonable, I think, to be concerned about there not being an on-site requirement. That's not the only way to lead to on-site units. Currently, there are lots of other incentives for folks not to do that. One of them being the in-lieu fees are low, and they're still generally doing that. I don't think that's strong enough, which is why we're looking to do more. Staff, research, community conversations, et cetera. I don't think having a minimum requirement is necessarily going to get in the way. However, what we've heard from developers is there's unpredictability and no flexibility. And we're trying to go to predictability and flexibility within the direction of council. And so the more the requirements are there, the more complicated it is also to administer. The calculations get really convoluted, and developers can't build the types of developments that they necessarily want to. I'm not trying to refute a concern, but I think we're focusing solely on one component, and it's a suite of changes that generally disincentivizes developers even further than they are currently from not providing units on site.
Thank you. Well, with that, because I do feel it's extremely important, and I do feel it should be a part of our larger conversation about the percent of increase of affordability that we need and want and desire. But I do think we should be examining the mandate on site, what percent. For that, I'd like to hold it so that we can have some time to visit that, and so council can have some time to think about that, and staff can maybe make a proposal for on-site required affordable units.
A midnight fatigued second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to hold. Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there a motion to overturn the hold?
Motion to overturn.
Councilmember Hedekadius moves to overturn the hold. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to overturn the hold? There's two people in line. These motions we've learned tonight are debatable. Council members Newsma and Hedekadius are in the queue. Do you guys want to speak to the motion to overturn the hold?
I can.
Councilmember Newsma is first.
Yeah, I think it's short-sighted and maybe misses the forest for the trees if we insist on imposing a minimum. What I'm interested in is an effective policy. And if you go to that slide, like what we're looking at.
Sorry, which slide?
The one where it shows the example of the building with their various options.
Sure.
Boom, boom, boom. that one. So this, to me, seems like an effective policy. And maybe one way of framing it is that they are required to have on-site units. If they don't, they have a $14.5 million penalty. And we would put that money to good use. And so to oversimplify this and insist that they have X percent on site kind of upsets the whole spirit of what we're trying to do here, which is incentivize the behavior through some carrots and through some sticks. And we have what I think is a really effective policy, and let's not get hung up on, let's not miss the forest for the trees here.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Yeah, we spent months discussing this in HCDC, and this is like we're going through at a very high level what we already have discussed. Some of us here on council and community members who are, and as much as I don't want people opting out, I think Yuri came up with a really effective policy that really disincentivizes that. So if people feel free to vote no on this if you don't like it, but I think we met all our goals in the way that this is written. And there's some really, and we didn't even jump into the weighted part because I don't want, that's another hour and a half discussion. But I think this is a really great improvement on what we have, and we can always make it better. This is like, just because we're saying we're done tonight and let's get this, because we're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. I think it's really important to move forward and get this in by April, and then we can move on further, tweaking this. We have the grant that we just got, the pro housing grant, and we have a lot of things happening, and we can dig in deeper. How do we further incentivize people to develop? Because we also don't want to, if we just raise the numbers, people are going to go build in Skokie or go someplace else. And so we want more units, and I think this really does it.
Would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to overturn the hold?
Councilmember Harris?
We're back at this, yes.
Councilmember Wynn? Yes. Councilmember Nusma?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Kayakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
With 7 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion has received the required greater than or equal to 2/3 majority, and the hold is overturned. Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the underlying motion, which is to introduce ordinance 2-0-25?
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Wynn? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? Aye. Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kayakaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 2-0-25 is introduced and will appear on the, no one knows, February 10th council agenda for action. This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Harris.
I'm glad I wrote down what I had to say because I'm tired and would have forgotten. I just want to say thank you for everybody that put together the Know Your Rights that we went to last Monday. Very good information. A quick plug. That was really loud. Burger King on Dempster and Dodge has done a really nice remodel, and I'm encouraging everybody to go in. They gave me crowns to give people. We're working on a reparations dinner for our last set of our ancestors. So we're getting ready to get out information and the invitations. The invitations for the dinner. So very excited about that. You'll hear more, but this is our last set of ancestors that received their reparations payment. We are hosting an reparations educational fair. I will give a lot of credit to Councilmember Burns. They did one for housing, and we kind of took his concept to move forward. So thank you for allowing me to borrow your concept. And that will be February 22nd at 10 p.m. in the Paris Hall Room. Did I say 10 p.m.? 10 a.m. I'm tired. February 22nd at 10 a.m. in the Paris Hall Room. And we've so far had at least 15 people, 15 organizations confirm that they will be there to provide educational material. We are in the throes of the Love Your Block grant, and we had our first, committee meeting, Mayor, for Love Your Block. We met with people who would make up the committee.
Maybe a steering committee?
Kind of like a steering committee. So I'm very excited. Had over 30 people the first day and about 15 people the second day. Overwhelming number of Second Ward residents that showed up to want to help be on this committee to help make this grant amazing. So look for more information to come. And quick shout out to my father. He's deceased, but everybody loved his sweater. They noticed that I was not in blue today. And I felt like today was going to be a tenuous day, and it was. And I said, I need to be covered in something that will keep me calm. This is my father's sweater, and I got a lot of compliments, so thank you. Besides the fact that I'm not in blue. Everybody knows that. Like, where's your blue? What's going on? I'm done.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Third Ward office hours Thursday, February 6th from 7:30 to 9:30 at Brothers K. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Fourth Ward meeting on Monday, February 4th, 7 o'clock at Robert Crown. Fourth Ward office hours Saturday, February 8th, 10 to 12 a.m. at Berry Pike Cafe.
Councilmember Burns.
Fifth Ward meeting coming up Thursday, and just wanted to also say I really encourage council, if you're referring something as you're moving it through, please think carefully before you take the sky is falling approach. I truly believe that these discussions we have up here are unnecessarily controversial and contentious when they don't need to be. I think HBO is a perfect example. And I think what people don't realize is when you signal that the sky is falling, what happens is that the advocacy community now reacts to that, right? And they start feeling like they need to find ways, to support that. And I'm not talking press conferences, that's fine, but it's possible that with this healthy building ordinance, we could have came in here today with agreement from all parties that in being consistent with how we've done most things, that we feel as a council that it is most appropriate to hold this meeting. And I hope this council, next council can get to that point where we're moving more in sync, because I think it completely creates, again, unnecessary confusion, controversy, and just really disrupts, I think, the social fabric in Evanston that we continue to try to improve, and then something phrase it again. And that's not all on us, obviously, but I do think we bear some responsibility. So I would just encourage us to, if we have time, to not act like the sky is falling all the time. It's going to be less and less effective the more you do it. If that is the case, then do it, but it's often not, and we overuse it. And I think it makes this process more difficult than it needs to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Revelle.
Seventh Ward meeting virtual on Thursday, February 6th, 7 p.m. This is going to be of special interest to residents on Chancellor Street and Asbury. It's going to be learning about the Chancellor Street sewer project that's going to take groundwater from under the new stadium over to the canal. So there's going to be an opportunity to hear about that plan and get your questions answered.
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. Eighth Ward meeting this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at Robert Crown and hybrid, so folks can join online. The information is on the city's website. We'll have we'll have Deputy City Manager Steve Ruger coming out to introduce himself, and then at the next meeting we'll have Cynthia. And then we will also have the folks from Love Your Block coming out to discuss the grant, as well as a representative from the Parks and Rec Department to discuss summer camp registration, which we're already getting to that point. And then we'll have Officer Basner to discuss police happenings in the 8th Ward. I do also want to preview, I think, Councilmember Burns and I would like to hold a town hall on HBO. I encourage other folks to join in with us to try to schedule that. We put in roughly 10 hours worth of town halls during the Northwestern discussion for the stadium, and I think we're likely going to have to put in at least half that for this discussion. And so anyone who wants to join, connect with me, and we'll make that happen in the next few weeks. And I just also want to, and I'm going to take literally 10 seconds. I just want to also agree with Councilmember Burns that we do have to work on assuming the best of each other. And I've been in conversations with residents where even on this issue tonight, or with residents and folks who shared that they believe that one side of the dais had malicious intents and was telling lies. And I assured folks, hey, I don't think that's what my colleagues are doing. And I think we need to do that for each other, just to bring down the temperature locally. I think when folks in the community who are advocating for HBO, for example, say that this is a tactic to kill it, by holding it, we're trying to kill it. I think look at who the folks are who are proposing to take more time. I doubt that you could honestly think that it's a group that wants to kill this ordinance, or I hate using that word, who wants to stop this ordinance from passing. So we should spread that truth and goodwill for each other out in the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
9th Ward office hours this Friday from 1 till 3 at Reprise Roasters.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Nusma.
Pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2A, I move that the City Council convene into executive session to discuss agenda items regarding the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, also litigation, also the establishment of reserves or settlement of claims, and also the discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under this act. Those exceptions are noted in 5 ILCS 120/2C, sections 5, 11, 12, and 21.
Councilmember Nusma moves the City Council resolve itself into an executive session to discuss the topics just enumerated. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Reed.
I'm sorry, and I didn't think of this before tonight. I had this question popped up earlier. What exemption are we using to discuss, for example, the HDR issue?
It would be contracts.
Contracts doesn't allow us to go into exec.
Well, what was it?
Potential litigation. But my understanding of the potential litigation is that there has to be a... Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. So this item falls under potential litigation. We're going to discuss the potential litigation for the item.
But doesn't the litigation have to be imminent? Or we have to... Oh.
I think it is reasonably imminent,
Okay.
and that's why we're going to discuss it.
Okay, thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And at 11:51 p.m., the City Council convenes into an executive session to begin immediately in the Councilmember Library.